Excuse me. Just give me a moment. I'm finishing up a couple things. Okay. That's that. That. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
何もかも諦めて私に全てを委ねなさい。生かすこともとどめを刺すことも
Burn through some of our daily
握手を
stuff,
放浪するでもいいわ。
and then we'll get going
幸
back
福だけは
to
絶対にし
where
ない
we
で。
left off the other night. Okay, Winter Shackles. Sure.
Simulation 完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。
私に任せてください。
Oh, left kick.
気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます、指揮官。
And we'll probably spend more in a bit. Alpha. Range 2 first, and then 3 and 4. I'll take that for now. BBC, I don't think I'm down to 38. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna be doing much anyways because I don't have Isla to do any better on here. And Isla probably also needs to be pretty high if you want to even score high on this. Yeah. Literally, Midoriya is just the only fight that's holding me back on here. And grab my glasses real quick. Warzone, yeah, nothing A to do. Norman, let's go do cover tactic. B. Get this done quickly.
準備完了。
Okay.
オーバーチュアが始まります。目になって私の指示に従う。それと邪魔だ。カデンサご清聴ありがとうございます。私の指示に従う。滅びる。いや、どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せ。大したことねえ。別に褒められるようなことじゃ。
Okay, next. Area 3.
シミュレーション完了。指揮官、我々が勝者です。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
私に任せてください。元気行きたい。指揮官、ナナミとパワーちゃんって超すごいでしょ。
That's that. Easy. Breezy. Speaking of, I need to do this. Nope. Nope. Okay, 100. Yeah, I'll get that much from the next. Oh, just a little bit more waiting. These. Nothing else, I think. No. Brain farted, I guess, for a moment there. This though. Those gladly. Dongko pork and noodles. I need to keep Viron meat. 21. You can stop making eggs. Work on grains. We are yeah. BBQ pork, fried spring rolls. Buddha jumps over the wall. I don't have a lot. Rosetta. Oh. Here. Pop you to this. Fermented dumplings. Can't do that. So okay, yeah, I think we'll just do Dongpo again and just throw Nanami on here. View, keep at it. Those. Yep. And keep them selling. That. You. I guess we could throw another. Not this. Throw another 240 on here.
私についてきて。恐れることはないわ。私の邪魔をする気だらけ。この戦い、私を次に向かうわよ。
Simple enough, simple enough.
この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
And you take another one of those. Try to get Sig. I guess I'll take that for now. Okay, so I guess I'll just do tops to focus on basic attack first, and then do the bottoms for Sig. And then I gotta get more Cotties. But that's about that. So, why don't we actually get started on continuing what we were doing before? Spiral of Kronos. We are at Dimension Rerun. Well, I already did that. So, here. Crossed space-time. As the crimson light of the Hadar Tower looms ever closer, the Karat, on the verge of transforming into a blazing fireball, rushes towards its own destruction. Most of this is what we read last time, I believe. Mm-hmm. Okay, back in the tower we go. It's as I did before. Guess that's the hint. Okay, just as they did before. How do you think about using this device? When was it installed within the Hyperreal frame? Why was it even installed? As the day delves into his memory, he easily finds the answers to all of these questions. However, an unsettling presence lingers, casting a shadow over his recollections. He is only certain about one thing: this seemingly inconspicuous device will prove to be an invaluable aid during his time in the tower. But even Lee finds himself unable to unravel the source of this unwavering certainty. For now, he can only proceed cautiously, while harboring the sense of skepticism in his heart. Okay, Hedor Tower 2, top of tower, EM radiations, fun stuff. Proceed with caution.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Search for clues. Oh. Dude's gone. Yep, did he become captain? You'll never ride him. This is wrong route, don't be deceived. It's in the past, you found it, please look. I want to go back up. What about here? Okay, not the destination I'm looking for, so then over this way where I guess buggy boys were flying. Here. But wow, I didn't notice this on my first run through on the Taiwan server. That's a lot of red tide. Okay, you may have a hard time at times like this. Everyone in front of you is an aggregation of your knowledge. Do not believe all that you see. Trust your instincts. Can't simply be observed. Your path is over here. Trust your instincts. I never trust that unfounded theory, but it did give me a hint. Observation is determined by theories. Different observation devices will see different things. Okay. Yep. Wow. Here we go. I think they're more than just dead. Investigate near the singularity. Alright, yeah, he's immune to punishing anyways. Well, I forget about that.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。
At least in this hyperreal
も
frame.
う逃げ場はありませんよ。もうあなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Okay, let's continue. Okay, no more gravity. Physics laws here are inverted. The laws of physics here are inverted. And up we go. What do we got here? By utilizing the electromagnetic observation device, all the complicated gravitational changes and abnormal spaces in the tower are now visible. Even the passages that were hidden by the tower are there as clear as day. Well, clear as day. If you had not decided to take the long way and check out these coordinates, you would have not thought to modify and include this device for normal uses. It all seemed like a coincidence, but Lee could feel it, that something or someone was guiding him from above. Lee looks up at the tower, but the top remains out of his sight. He could not even be sure that all he sees now is reality. This tower, it keeps changing. You could feel that this tower was not merely a conjugation of the punishing virus. Its interior is a completely different space than what it looks like on the outside, as if it is a living being, hidden and hiding in the dark, observing everything. It sees all that happens, all the challenges Lee had overcome, and decisions he had made in the face of danger. He knows that this is an absurd train of thought, and that his past self would never even entertain the possibility of it. Even though he has survived countless battles, there will always be new and unknown risks, and the current theories and experiences may not always be correct. Open your mind. Just like the composite armaments in your hand, you need to be prepared for every possible scenario from the start. The tower itself manifests the space-time continuum. You can think about it this way. Here you may encounter possibilities that transcend the confines of your own world. When someone beyond your comprehension appears, you may have a hard time understanding it completely. At times like this, everything in front of you is an aggregation of your knowledge. Do not believe all that you see. Trust your instincts. A familiar voice resonates in Lee's mind. Along with this voice, the over-realistic visions flash before his eyes once more. Unbearable pain accompanies these visions, stronger than all the others he had experienced. He clenches his teeth as he tries to suppress these overwhelming emotions venturing forward. Those were not his reality. He has one mission and only one, which is to get to the top of the tower and to prevent the catastrophe that is to come. And if there really is something that is observing him, then it will probably be waiting for him there. Okay. Nice. Next phase. Find a way to continue moving forward. Guess we'll do the D run first. 22-1 fragment 2. He runs for his life through the dark underground factory. A shower of bullets and lasers strike from behind, sparks flying from the metal racks as they hit. The safety door had long been shut when the alarm was first triggered. He could only keep dodging behind a huge machine tool and storage shelves. As he turns the corner, a beam of laser catches his left arm, sending up a wave of excruciating pain. At the same time, he slides into an inconspicuous air duct and crawls to the other side of the room. My clothes. You'll have to come up with another excuse. Murray seems to have noticed something recently, and looked like he had something to say to Lee. Murray's situation is also worsening again. You cannot make him worry anymore. Where'd that bastard go? Find him! Now's not the time to think about it. I need to focus on getting out of this place. Fox, there's no way out for him here. He's probably cowering in fear already. Let's have a bit of fun with him before boss comes. Never thought someone would be so brave to come stealing alone. 1, 2, 3, so I got 4 shots left. Lee wipes away the bloodstains outside the air duct. With a roll of gauze in his teeth, he bandages his wounded arm and starts counting his ammunition in the corner of the room. Lee, do you copy? What's your situation? Hearing his teammate's voice from his tiny terminal, Lee lowers his voice to reply. I have the target, currently evacuating the site. Your cover's not blown, is it? I was. Our intel was wrong. There are 4 security keys to their security system. Cracking that took up some extra time. Your preset surveillance interference ended up 3 seconds short. Well, as long as you get the goods. Do they know our plan? They think I'm working alone. Good. I'll meet you at our rendezvous point. Communication is swiftly cut off by the other side. There are 2 guards inside the factory and at least 6 outside. I need a plan. He surveys his dimly lit surroundings. The room he's in appears to be a mechanical warehouse filled with failed experimental objects and defective parts. And he found what he needed in this heap of junk. There's blood. He's hurt, so he won't be able to run far. Over there, he went to the right. Follow him. That's strange. I swear I saw someone here. There. A black shadow bursts out from the racks and hides behind the cargo in the corner. A sticky substance drips onto the floor with its movements. Seriously? I expected better. You probably can't move much with such a serious wound. They laugh manically as they fire 2 shots into the corner. Make sure he's still alive for questioning. Wait, that's not... They approach the corner only to find that what lay in a pile of cargo is not the wounded intruder they expected, but a broken humanoid machine. Shit, that wasn't the human we saw. The defect from the warehouse. Impossible. Why was it moving? Wait, where'd the bastard go then? You talk too much. In the end, the 2 guards never saw how the figure manifested from the darkness behind them, nor how quickly he slit their throats. Lee sheathes his blade back into his belt, freely letting the 2 lifeless bodies slide down to the ground. Fishes out a keycard and leaves without a second glance. Good old Corona days. What is the meaning of this? What awaited him at the rendezvous point was not an aiding teammate, but the cold barrel of a gun pointing at his forehead. Put down your weapon and give me the goods. No funny business. Don't make me repeat myself. He takes out an object from his pocket, a storage device in the shape of a stick. Very good. Satisfied, he conspicuously lets out a sigh of relief as he takes the storage device from me. He then shows a show of pity. I'm really impressed with your abilities. It's a real pity that you must die today. This is why you withheld information. Lee's heart pounds in his chest as his body starts to go cold. The wound he hastily treated opened up while he was escaping, and he starts to feel faint and weak from the excess blood loss. He grits his teeth, trying to regulate his breathing. You're quite sharp, I'll give you that, which is why I trusted that you would be able to crack the complicated security system even under those circumstances. Oh, you hear that? Looks like their backup is here. I'll leave the rest to you then, teammate. He retreats with a smile on his face and a gun in hand. Lowering the gun, he aims at Lee's leg. Infection level decreasing. Calibrating basic function modules. Audio module. Calibration complete. Lee! I'm going to put you down now. Please wait a moment while I heal you. Someone is calling me. After a round of distance, Lee can faintly hear the calls of his teammates, Liv and Lucia's voices. My memory is all scrambled. Is it because of the infection? But he could not reply to the calls. The punishing virus messed up his visual module. Eerie black and red squares keep changing his view, exploding in his mind like twisted spirals. Immense pain hacks away at his will as the punishing virus devours his thoughts. It tries to take over his mind, and Lee gives it his all to try to remain conscious. He uses his body to block Tifa's last strike, and the punishing virus invades his frame through the wound. It is only thanks to the connection with the Commandant's mind beacon that the infection level did not exceed the limit and is starting to decrease. They've had performed some sort of emergency treatment on Lee, and they are currently waiting for pickup in a safe corner of the subway station. Visual module calibration complete. Lydia, who is usually calm and collected, is now fretting with worry. Lee has never seen her this anxious in all his time as a member of Grey Raven. Liv grits her teeth as she continues to treat Lee's wound. Lee leans against Commandant as Commandant holds him by his shoulders, supporting half of his weight. He may not be able to see the Commandant's expression, but he could feel the hands on his shoulders slightly trembling. Lee finds that he is not used to situations like this. "No need to worry, I'll be fine," he wants to say, "don't worry." But he cannot even find the breath to do so. My mind and the connection to the frame control is being blocked. The infection levels have started to lower. I should be able to control my frame. This leaves one possibility. I need to find a way to inspect my mind. To inspect the mind, one needs to enter a comatose-like self-inspection mode. It means that there will be a period of time when he will have to cut off all sensations to the outside world. He would be powerless in the face of danger. How foolish would it be if it all ended here, but... In desperate times, the most efficient strategy is to abandon those who have lost their mobility and evacuate. If needed, those members can also be used as bait. That is one of the unspoken rules of Kurono. Although the speed of evacuation is severely hindered, they have been surrounded by the corrupted several times, and Grey Raven does not entertain the thoughts of abandoning him for even 1 second. Entering self-inspection mode means he will have to cut ties with the outside world, but he has Grey Raven by his side now. Each of us is an indispensable feather necessary for Grey Raven to soar undeterred by opposing forces. None of them have once renounced their vows. I can't make them worry like that any longer. At least now, there is something I can do. Cutting off external sensations temporarily, preparing for self-inspection. He has numerous experiences with almost fainting from injuries, but this is the first time he feels safe. What appears in front of him is not his mind, but a realm of chaos. What was that? A moment of data error? Is this caused by the punishing virus? There's no time to waste here. I'll have to inspect them one by one. In the vast here of his mind, he sees a red crystal floating in the sky. Looks like that's the source of the abnormalities. This is Tifa's data shard. To think this was planted in me all this time. I need to get rid of this quickly. The moment he touches the crystal, Lee is sucked into another airy dimension. Hey, Tifa time. This isn't my mind. Damn it, the contamination level is higher than I thought. I didn't expect you to still keep your sanity. You'll be trapped here forever. I have no time to play with you. I could have messed with his power earlier, would my Commandant still be alive? Never meant to witness the dawn together, but one Commandant died. My wolf fell into eternal night. Poor Tifa. Ow. I killed my teammates. Why? Did I hurt them a lot? Sorry. I'm sorry. Now it's your turn to feel it. Getting your heart pierced. Your consciousness is getting messed up. Ow, 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 ow. Instead of watching your command die, why must you accept his gift of the Ascension Network like me? I'll never let that happen. How naive. I will wait to witness the day when you fall into despair. Commandant. Rip Tifa. The grey, starry skies and murky tides slowly fade away. The corrupted realm constructed by Tifa's thoughts start to crumble, reverting to the original state of Lee's mind. The dark swamp returns to Tifa, whose body is already in pieces. Their mobility lost, she can only crawl on the ground with all that is left in her. Disintegration of the data which composes her starts at her fingertips, slowly edging up to her limbs and dissipating into thin air. It's over. No, not yet. I can still... I've already destroyed your memory shell and core parts. The only things that's left here is your memory data. And now that is disappearing too. You can't control a frame that doesn't belong to you. No, haha. Looks like you still don't understand. What was once Tifa's left eye is now just a bottomless pit of darkness. She starts to laugh madly, with a maniacal grin plastered onto her face. I saw them here, your memories. You're also someone who's willing to do anything to achieve their goal, aren't you? When you were in Corona, and even before that, the blood, the bodies, the betrayals. And now you're part of a weak little team like a normal person. Must be hard, isn't it? Rather than the task force, I think the purifying force is more your thing. Since you're used to all of that already. I realized we were the same when I saw your memories. You cannot bear to lose someone dear to you, and for them, you're willing to perform worse deeds. When you finally lose your dear family, friends, and commandant, you'll remember what I said today. And then you'll... Bang. Lee raises his hand and puts a bullet through Tifa's head. All that is left of her data flickers twice before exploding silently into nothingness. That's enough. Everything comes to a sudden stop like a movie on pause when the gunshot resonates in the realm. I didn't even notice she planted a control valve back then. Although he was not able to remove the effects of this control valve as soon as it was planted, he has now destroyed Tifa's mind shard, so at least he will not be under another Tifa's control. If I hadn't noticed this, then I really would have injured my teammates. That is something that he never wants to see happening. As a precaution, I should leave a hidden command for anti-hacking in my mind. There, this should do it. As Lee leaves the self-inspection mode, he finds himself already on the transport craft with his teammates' help. And that vile woman from Cerberus, who is covered in wounds and sitting right opposite to him, smirks at him. Look at you, Lee. You've seen better days. Uh-huh. Let me return the favor and tell you that you've seen far better days. Forcing himself to sit up straight, Lee refuses to interact with the person in front of him anymore and looks over at the commandant, who is also on the transport craft and currently reporting back to HQ through an electronic screen. When you finally lose your dear family, friends, and commandant, you'll remember what I said today. He cannot ever let that happen. And because he does not know what dangers and battles the future may hold for them, he cannot let his guard down at all times. From now on, I'll have to thoroughly inspect all the weapons and equipment Grey Raven uses before battle. And when we get back, I should make an emergency comms device for Commandant as soon as possible. I can't let anything catch me by surprise. I need to be prepared for every possible scenario. As only basic treatment was performed on his injuries, he feels excruciating pain originating from his wounds, as his sensations gradually return together with his consciousness. However, Lee's thoughts are still as sharp as ever, calculating all possibilities and formulating contingency plans. He is a member of Grey Raven. He does not have to fight alone anymore. Okay, nice. Okay, back here. Okay, 14. Whew, about halfway there. I created a hidden command that allowed me to reverse hack into Tifa's control plugs. They are all based on the same theory. If I use a similar method, I can reverse the laws of this barrier to make it a path instead. Description program has a physical form in this space and press and quite rough, more than enough. Okay. Minesweeper bomb. Okay, and here we go. Yep. Next. Normal gravity, just like last time. Must be the real exit that leads to the area above. The once blocked road is now clear. The interior structure of the tower is changing according to Lee's actions. A spiral staircase appears in front of him as he ascends it without a second of hesitation. No matter how many problems he will be faced with, he will find a solution to them all. A familiar lighthouse still shines still in his mind throughout all, guiding him like the North Star. Even though he has lost all channels of communication with the outside world, and no messages can be sent nor received, as long as the remote connection is still established, he will always be connected to Commandant's mind beacon. As long as that lighthouse still exists, he knows that his teammates are fighting together with him. No words needed. That is how well they know one another. And that is why, no matter what happens, he will not allow the future Tifa mentioned to become reality. Lee finds himself in front of a round floating platform at the top of the spiral staircase. As he steps onto the platform, it starts to shake violently and suddenly escalates at blinding speed. The wind roars in his ears. No matter which way he tries to look, all he sees is an endless abyss of crimson. This eerie realm keeps stretching as the platform rises, just like endless nights. It has been a while since the platform started to rise, and it does not seem like it will reach the top anytime soon. Looks like this is another riddle. On this empty platform, Lee sees another figure. His past self. Okay. Next. Rerun. Have all members survive. Fragments. Lee's not surprised at all to find out Watanabe also lied about their stronghold being not far from here. The real base of the Forsaken is located somewhere far from the scene. Night has already fallen when they finally get to their destination. Watanabe is true to his word and even provides Grey Raven with the best treatment the Forsaken can, allowing them to replenish their supplies and perform maintenance with no more cover-ups or restrictions. As for Watanabe, he disappeared to be busy somewhere else after brewing a pot of mint tea for Grey Raven. While Liv insists on inspecting the mind of all the rescued Forsaken soldiers, she convinces the soldiers twice their size to quietly undergo inspection with her gentle yet pertinacious voice, saying how they must prevent the effects of mind deterioration from developing. The soldiers all look guilty and apologetic at her words. Commandant, on the other hand, borrows Watanabe to do a mission report while sipping on mint tea. No one would want to disturb a commandant focused on their duties. I thought Commandant was just being polite. Didn't think that he would actually be drunk. Lee had already finished maintaining all their weapons earlier, so now he has some time for himself. The lights in the residential flicker off according to schedule. The moon hangs high in the night sky, shining gently down on the darkened base. It reminds Lee of what the Commandant once told him, that during the Golden Age, some places considered a full moon to represent a reunion of family. Hey there, kiddo. Mind moving your leg a bit? An old man gestures toward Lee's side, and Lee complies. The old man bends down and takes two heavy-looking boxes off the shelf behind him. Let me help you with that. Why are you moving these? Over to the storage. Thanks, kiddo. Lee takes the boxes and makes his way toward the storage. He slows down his pace when he notices the old man following behind him. This is gunpowder? Yep. Didn't know you constricts had such good noses. Wait, no. What do you young people call them nowadays? Smell sensors? Smell sensors. I didn't know the Forsaken still use such ancient weapons. This isn't a weapon. It's fireworks. Fireworks? That's right. That kid Watanabe found these while out hunting for supplies, saying that the children should have some fun with them. He has already brought back lots of other interesting trinkets, like a talking robot. The kids love it. We had planned to set off these fireworks tonight so that everyone could have some fun, but they said something happened while on the road and just came back now. Most kids are already in dreamland now. And it looks like it's going to rain tonight. I don't want it getting moist, so I was going to put them back for now. Rain? But the sky is clear right now. It doesn't look like it's going to rain at all. And I thought Watanabe said you guys don't have a weather forecast system. Oh, hello, you think he's lying? Kid, don't underestimate us campers who've experienced all nature has to offer. If I say it's going to rain, then it's going to rain. I guess you can say that I am this base's weather forecast system. Oh, just put those there. Thanks, kiddo. No problem. Lee gently sets the boxes of fireworks down on the ground with the help of the dim lights in the storage. You could see the pictures on the boxes. Although the colors were already faded, he could still see the spectacular fireworks dancing in the night sky. Lee is no stranger to fireworks, but there is one memory of it that will forever be tainted with hints of regret. Gunshot sounds from Lee's hand. The next second, the man standing in front of him howls in pain as he falls to the ground. Two patches of blood stains spread quickly from his eyes. In this split second, he has already kicked his weapon away and picked up the gun on the ground. Calmly looks down at his struggling teammate with an alarm blaring in the background. I counted. You should have used up all your bullets by now. I think you need to update your intel. I never let myself fall into a disadvantage in battle due to weapon shortage. Damn it. It's probably a waste of my breath, but I still want to ask, why did you try to kill me? Isn't it obvious that someone wants you dead? You've been doing this long enough, but you're not that naive to think you haven't made some enemies, are you? And if you die in action, then I can take all the pay. 2 birds with 1 stone. So, it's about money. That's right, money. No one in their right mind would be in this business if not for the money, unless they're insane. Tell me, which are you? You're right, I do it for the money. Lee calmly agrees before turning to leave. My pursuers are here quicker than I expected. Looks like they're not just for show. Well, I guess I'll leave the rest to you then. Wait, I still have the goods. Don't you need that? Lee lifts a finger and points ahead without even turning around. It's just some secret weapon blueprints. I have it all memorized up here. Then you gave me just a small bomb. Lee leaves the scene, ignoring the pleas from the man behind him. Damn, son. Lee does not know how long he has been running, but he finally loses his pursuers and hides into a dark alley. His vision starts to darken from the excessive blood loss and physically demanding escape. He slides down onto the ground in one of the corners, lifts the wet bandages, and changes the hemostatic condiment to his last piece. Good thing it's not bleeding that much anymore. He's wearing dark colors as usual, at least the blood stains would not be obvious at night, he thinks to himself as he looks up at the gloomy skies. Bang! Colors suddenly explode in his grey vision. Fireworks bloom in the sky, painting over the darkness with their brilliance, like a midsummer's night's dream of the Golden Age. Right, today is a festival Murray had been looking forward to going. I'm sorry, Murray. Sorry that he could not go even though he had promised. When he finally gets back home, Lee is relieved to see that Murray is already asleep. Murray is lying on his side by the edge of the bed, indicating that he was watching the fireworks from the window up until the second before he fell asleep. Lee once touches his little brother's forehead, but his hand stops midair as he is reminded that his hands are covered in dried blood and gunpowder. Murray's pale face is soft and clean, however his brows are furrowed and he does not seem to be sleeping peacefully. Murray will definitely be disappointed when he wakes up, but he will no doubt put on an understanding face and pretend not to care. What he does not know is that his eyes always betray him. Although it may not help much, it should make him an apology gift. I should make him an apology gift after I treat my wounds. He quietly exits Murray's room and slips into his workshop before gently closing his door. The fireworks still decorate the night skies outside the window. Lee snaps out of his recollections as the storage doors slam closed with a bang. Why am I suddenly things from so long ago? Even though he is not reliving his memories anymore, his heart still feels heavy, as if there is something on his chest. The night is still young. I can go for a walk. Okay, do not skip. A few hours after saving Liv. Okay, for second base, I guess. Okay, looks like we got a time portal there. Back into space. Lee is out on a walk, but still can't quiet his mind. You look a bit anxious. Staying with your family may help you calm down. Photograph. Look, Alyssa, is there anything I can help with? You mean the photograph? We just recycled it, no one came to collect it. Okay. Sweet clang, music playing on and off. Just an old phonograph. I guess we'll figure that out in a bit. Repair work is underway on the bridge ahead. Non-engineering forces members are temporarily prohibited to leave grid and can let you pass. Just a route. Is it raining? Thank goodness you're here, Lee. I came across the kid during my patrol. He and his brother were separated. Could you please take care of him? I still need to get back to my patrol. I really appreciate your help. Okay. What is that tied to? Ah, yeah, sure. Where did you last see your brother? Near that shop bot. Okay, information can be found in this machine. Okay. If you haven't bothered been to other places, I think we'll also went to the music bot. No relevant records. Like me to sing a song. That one. That's brother's phonograph. His photograph. Okay. Yep, this is brother's phonograph. Okay, family is irreplaceable. Yep, this is brother's phonograph indeed. But where did he go? Warning, warning, non-combatant personnel. Please take refuge immediately. Is that a level 1 alert? Okay, guard on the broken bridge is looking for us. There are corrupted nearby. We have non-combatants that need to be rescued. Could you please help them? Of course. Let's get there as soon as possible. Time and location confirmed. Okay, what's going on? Alright, let's begin. Look at this photograph. Frodo, as in... Me, that child's brother? Excuse me, can I borrow the phonograph? Okay, message and coordinates, need to future, sending them out. What's going on? This area is getting unstable.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界、あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Rodovio. Message delivered. There's nothing I can do here. Better leave before I interfere with this world's original track. Okay, leaving the current timeline. I did some quick treatments. Still, I suggest you let the doctor take a look at your wounds ASAP. No worries. Thanks, Lee. I'm just a little curious. How did you find me? I was tracking the signal launcher in the phonograph's base, but I didn't know it was you. Phonograph? Launcher? What are you talking about? Brother! Sorry for being late, I had a little accident. But look, I found your gift. Come on, let's go home. I'll carry you. Brother, you have so many wounds. Don't worry, they don't hurt anymore. You're lying. They must hurt a lot. I'll help you change the dressing when we get home. I can take care of you too, brother. I'm not a child anymore. I see. My brother's grown up. Alright, we'll see you then, Lee. Oh, did you see my phonograph? I forgot where I put it. Phonograph? Yeah, it was with the music bot. Music bot? How weird. How did it end up there? That bot probably found it somewhere and picked it up. They remind me of the days with Murray. Family is irreplaceable. I've been caught up in all the missions and haven't talked with Murray in a while. Quiet Vibration has brought a slight change to converging strings of fate. Murray? Yeah, I'm still on the surface. Morian? Murray looked surprised on the other side of the comms, as if he had never expected to call him at this time. A happy smile soon appears on his face. Are you still on the surface? Are you on a mission? Yeah, I'm still on the surface. You've been out on the mission for quite some time now. Is everything alright? You're not in any trouble, are you? Is there anything I can help with? Murray could not bring himself to ask the last question. Most things have been taken care of now, so I currently have some free time. Is that so? But Morian, you rarely call me during a mission, especially when you're extremely busy. I don't get to hear your voice for months during those times. Which is why I was a bit worried when you were in trouble when I got your call just now. But I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ugh. He furrows his brows as he suddenly stops talking and reads his words into the device. Morian, what's wrong? It's nothing. You're doing it again. I saw what happened to Morian, and it definitely didn't look like nothing. Lee mentally sighs as he puts down his hand. He was caught red-handed. Making excuses now will just make Murray more worried. Some corrupted appeared near the base earlier, and some non-combatant personnel got caught in the crossfire. I had to prioritize their safety, and there were quite a lot of corrupted. I was lightly infected during the battle. But, thanks to the Inver device, my infection level quickly dropped, so I'm fine now. Are you sure? You're not lying to me again, are you? Am I that untrustworthy to you, Murray? Lee half-heartedly jokes as he shows Murray his frame status. But rather than laughing in reply, Murray replies gently with a hint of sadness. Well, it's not going to be the first time you hid something from me, but I don't want to be kept in the dark anymore. You're my only family, Morian. You're my dear brother, and no one else in the world can replace you. But you're too far away from me. There's not much I can do to help. Family is irreplaceable. Lee is suddenly reminded of the message he saw on the base of a phonograph earlier. That extremely vague message that made no sense. Give your little brother a call, even when it's not out of a necessity. This is the message he had heard when he was protecting the little boy's brother from the corrupted earlier. The message resonated in a familiar voice from his heart, as if it was his inner voice, as if it was a message from somewhere through time and space. He quickly dismisses this ridiculous thought, but when he stares up at the dazzling moon, he feels a sudden urge to call Murray. He realizes he has already dialed Murray's number when he finally snaps out of it. He unconsciously touches around his collar, feeling the small square pendants through his clothes. Speaking of, you actually helped me today, Murray. Look at you, trying to change the subject again. Wait, what, me? Lee briefly explains how they use the graviton detector to create a topographic map and find a projector among the EM illusions. As expected from my big brother. It was all thanks to your gift, so look, even though you're not by my side, you're still helping me a lot. Was I really of help to you? Of course. I'm glad. Murray parts his lips There's a lot he wants to say, but he does not know where to start. Morian, are you really alright? The line he ends up saying is one that he has asked before. I already asked that, haven't I? I'm just glad you're fine. Murray smiles sheepishly, all his smooth talking skills vanishing instantly. Are you really alright? Why do you look so sad, Morian? Why are you suddenly telling me that? What are you thinking about, Morian? What have you experienced in the time I wasn't by your side? Are you sad because of me? Why are you looking at me like that? Murray, I just suddenly remembered something. Huh? Family is irreplaceable. What family needs is not secrets, but supporting one another. He has always wanted to shelter and protect his little brother from the world, but he never once considered that the little bird he had protected under his wing is now fully fledged. His wings are now decorated with strong feathers, enough to allow him to soar freely in the sky. There were things I never told you when you were younger. Why bring this up all of a sudden? I saw some fireworks in a storage here on the surface. It reminded me of that festival. Festival? Of course, Murray remembers that festival, the fireworks, the hubbub, and his brother who sat silently in front of the desk with a bandaged arm. This was when he first discovered that Morian's job was different from what he told. But he did not know how to go about asking it, nor did he know what he could do to help. It was also on that day that he secretly decided that he wanted to follow in his brother's footsteps and help him, and that he wanted his brother to be able to rely on him and not walk down this path of darkness alone. He wanted and wanted. He hid his desires deep in his heart and sealed them up in a box, and then he packed his bags and set off on his journey. He does not know how long it has been, but it seems like it has been quite some time since he last talked with his brother like this. The path he is on is too dark, so dark that he cannot be sure himself that it will lead to where his brother is. I was worried about your health back then, so I'm sorry. Lee looks away as a shaky apology slips out of his mouth, not knowing what face he should put on to face Murray. You have nothing to apologize for, Morian. I've always known. Everything that you've done was for me, for our future. I've never blamed you for any of it. You never told me, and I never asked. I was afraid of bothering you and not being able to help. I've always known what you were doing, and I had always been scared. Scared that I would receive some bad news. Scared that one day you would be... A sad smile forms on Murray's face. Maybe I should have told you back then. I should have pushed open that door back then. The two brothers expressed the same sentiments simultaneously. Morian? I was just thinking if I did the right thing or not. Whether it be the white lies when they were young, or not mentioning anything bad after reaching Babylonia. It seems that all those white lies never suited Murray's worries when he grew up in Babylonia. Instead, they stayed his ways grew them apart. And what would have been the right thing to do then? No matter what we do, it's not possible to ensure that all our choices are correct. But it's enough as long as you know what it is that you want to achieve. For example, I know I want to protect you, Morian, and that's enough. Lee looks up in a startle. He just realized now that Murray in front of him is not the same small, fragile little brother in his memories anymore. He has grown tall enough, shoulders wide enough to stand by his side. Although there may be other worries when making a choice, even when you have the heart to do the right thing, external factors may twist your intentions. Just like how I always feel that everything's too late, that I need to help you as soon as possible, and that there's a lot I need to do quickly. But are all my choices really the correct ones? Sorry, Morian, The human on the other side of the comms averts his eyes uneasily, swallowing the rest of the words he was planning to say. Silence dominates the conversation, except for light breathing. Murray could almost hear his own heightened heartbeat. He should not have been telling Morian all these things according to the original plan. Only he needs to drown in those swamps and whirlpools and no one else. Morian only needs to follow that commandant and win those glorious battles one after another. Only he needs to be devoured by the filthy pits of nothingness. But if he thinks about it now, is that any different from what his brother did? Seconds pass like decades until the construct on the other end of the comm slightly coughs. We really are alike. Wanting the best for one another while hiding the pain. The air clears and Murray smiles gently. I just thought that since you said it out loud, I shouldn't. Never again. No more hiding the pain and truth because they are family. What family needs is not secrets, but supporting one another. Then it's a promise. No matter what happens, we won't keep secrets from each other anymore. I promise. When I get back from this mission, let's go to that art exhibition you've been wanting to see. He adds after a pause. This time I'll definitely be there. I look forward to it, Morian. Murray nods. All those worries that had been harassing and torturing him slowly disappear from his heart. After that, Lee and Murray talk about their current situations. I realize they have not chatted this freely in a long time. What about you? How's work been? Have you decided what you want to do? Well, there's been an opening in the military for a tactical liaison officer, and I plan to apply for that. A tactical liaison officer? Why's that? It's not an easy job. I want to support you so that when you're fighting on the front lines, we'll be fighting together. If I get assigned to Grey Raven's missions, then I'll be your tactical liaison officer. That doesn't sound bad. There's a lot you'll need to prepare for that role. You should be able to find a summary of tactical intelligence reconnaissance and the study of information distribution in the library. Give them a read when you have the time. Wow, I didn't know you were an expert on these subjects as well. I just saw them while looking something up. Can you teach me if I don't understand something? Of course, whenever I ever refused your requests. But remember to rest and don't burn yourself out. You still have to be careful, even though you have had the heart transplant. Don't worry, I will. You should be careful in battle too, Morian. Don't forget that I am waiting to go to the exhibition with you. I will. In the warm nest he was alone, without the little bird he protected. He thought he had lost the bird. When he looked up, he realized that the little bird had already grown up and was circling the skies, trying to shelter him from the storm. In the night, with the moon hanging high, the two clear chirps can be heard from afar. Two birds follow one another, flying off into the horizon. How poetic. After ending the call, Lee feels more relaxed. The fog that has been clouding his heart has dissipated as the conversation went on. But there is one thing that is on his mind. What in the world was that message just now? Together with the message is a string of corrupted code. I don't know what this is, but I'll record it just in case. Okay, back over here to 2115. Blood ties. Okay, enter the new world. Back to this place again. But the answer to the unending corridor has been solved. The only thing remaining is to reach the top of the tower. There's no turning back from now on. Are you ready? Let's go. Let's begin. I found a way to the top of the tower. I'll leave the rest to you. Trying to open a path to the top, but they... something. Protect Lee and eliminate the hetero creatures. New enemies have appeared.
僕の視界かもう逃げ場はありませんよあなたたちの時間は僕が制するもう逃げ場僕のあなたの生存確率はゼロです
Game done. The path to the top is open. What happened? Find where Pale fires. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. How's the situation over there? So far so good. The wall should be part of the self-protection system of this tower. Can you break it from within? I tried. It didn't work. Looks like I'm trapped here for now. But if this space-time here is all chaotic, there's no point to stall us. Careful, this wall isn't just here to separate us. I'll continue looking for a solution. Don't let down your guard. Watch your flank. Leave it to me. Hey, talk to you. Okay, good news, I found a vulnerability in this barrier. If only had enough firepower, my current weapon is capable of doing that much damage, but you can. Okay. Hororio. Toki no hate de Hororio. Okay, good news. Well, great, I'm the best. Let's continue onward. He calmly issues command after command, directing Cerberus to move Simon and Nolan to somewhere safe. Planning the next move on the terminal, Murray has never felt as calm as he is now. Tactics deployment and medical replenishment. That is not all. Even the unmemorable fragments of his past are all clearly displayed in his brain like books on a bookshelf. Give me a moment, just lubricating the cords. He had thought his happy memories with his brother would be what supports him in these trying times. However, all that flashes across his mind are those of missed opportunities and regrets. The regret of not pushing open the door on the night of the festival. The regret of not being able to do anything but watch his brother be turned into a construct. Because you never thought we'd be of any help to you, right? You know full well I never saw you that way. Those missed moments of truth hidden under the worries, concerns, and anger. These tiny moments all point toward a normal, forgettable afternoon in the end. How is Simon? He'll live. Vera pants as she turns to fight the haywire construct that had caught up. I've marked the location again. Move toward the safe area. Hey, is everything alright over there? Ha! I'll live. Murray smiles and returns Vera's words to her, his hands still moving swiftly in precision across the projected screen. Looks like someone's full of spirit. You know I'm asking about. It was just another normal day in Babylonia. Murray, we're gonna be late. What are you looking at? Ah, coming. Hey, that construct. He looks familiar. He visited you before, right? Yeah, he's my brother. Oh, your incredible construct soldier brother. Constructs aren't normally allowed to come out freely, right? Are you not gonna go say hi? Yeah. Murray looked over expectantly, but Lee did not see him. He checks his gear skillfully and heads toward the mission location without looking over at all. Murray has been enrolled in the FOS for some time now. This college is his best chance to re-establish connection with the leaders of Babylonia. He does not have the advantage of a good family background. If he wants to make it into the inner circle of Babylonia as quickly as possible, he has no time to waste and will have to utilize all the resources available to him. All will go according to his plan. He will get to his desired position without attracting much attention. Then he will be able to protect Morian from up there, and his brother will not even know about it. This was his ridiculous plan that he formed when he was young and naive. But for now, he is no different than his classmates, who enthusiastically talk about construct soldiers. He can only stand on the side and watch. He feels so far away from Morian, no matter how fast he runs, he can never seem to catch up to him. Damn it, the original location's been taken over by those Section 2 mad scientists. What's the situation? No one is carrying Simon on his back. We're heading toward the marked location, and we've lost all the pursuing constructs. Stretch a little. Well done. After you punish your weapon and medical supplies there. Murray summarizes all the information currently known to him, and under his instructions, Cerberus was able to relocate a group of conscious commandants and constructs. He looks over the map of functioning areas in Eden and the location of shelters, formulating a plan in his mind. What moves should he make next? But now, it's not the same anymore. Sorry, never again. No matter what happens, we won't keep secrets from each other anymore. I promise. The thought of making his brother happy is not the only thing that is supporting him. That call from Morian one night and that small promise they have always been in Murray's heart, lighting up the darkness in his path. No more hidden pain and no more secrets. They now trust each other and rely on one another. Even though they are physically separated by the distance between Babylonia and the surface, Murray can still feel his brother by his side. Morian is on the surface, fighting against the unknown for humanity, so Murray also has to fulfill his promise to Morian, protect Morian and all that Morian wants to protect. His body is not suitable to fight on the front lines. It would not do if he died before achieving his goal. He would not allow it. There is still a lot he wants to say to his brother, a lot of experiences he wants to share. No more regrets behind the door. No more helpless anger. Words spoken out of worry, concern, and anger no longer separate the two of them. Just be careful. I know I won't be going to the surface because I'll be using a remote connection. I'll be okay. I'll come and find you when this is over. Sure, I'll be waiting. The conscious commandants and constructs are all here. Murray lets out a sigh of relief as he circles the location on the map of Eden. First, Cerberus. Morian's heart beats strongly in his chest. He relies on his brother to survive. Thus he shall become someone his brother can rely on. That is his way of keeping his promise. Okay. Getting closer. Rerun. 8. Lee is already used to the strange sensation that traveling through the space-time continuum brings. But what appears at the end of the quantum fissure this time is not a specific point in time, but a dimension of unfamiliar chaos. A storm rages. Instead of clouds in the sky, there's an icy ocean in its place, hanging upside down with indiscernible homogeneous structures floating in it. Thunder can be heard reverberating from deep within the realm, as if they were cries of sorrow and howls of the beast who devours all. All is destroyed and restructured in the storm in an unrelenting cycle. This is not a place from these memories, but rather a nameless dusty corner that was forgotten in time. This is a mind. As if being led by this strange signal, he stands on the only intact square and steps forward experimentally. The squares underneath his feet rearrange themselves bit by bit in the direction Lee steps, paving a way for him. At the end of the road is the only silent island in this storm. Over there. He takes a step forward. Storm struck the mind. But it remains silent in the chaos. No other Lees can be found here. This abnormal space feels like a mixture of many different minds of unknown origins. I must break through this barrier when the space is still stable. These barriers look a little similar to the one inside the tower. They are based on the same theory. Maybe I knew it would be that easy. Okay, try to reverse the time of this barrier. Just need to adjust the power output. That's what I thought. Memory fragment, some of this content's missing. Seems we're linked to the last one. Okay, cannot seem to recognize its content. From the new piece of data, would it be related to the whirlpool? Let me see what secret lies behind it. Memory resonates with the whirlpool, the memory in the mind starts surging. Okay, we're timed. Lock hands, start to move backward. Hey, damn it, where am I now? What are those things ahead? Please. Another frame of me? What's that posture not done? Why did I suddenly think of Murray? See, different projection of me at different times, all of them facing inevitable death. Would go out of the way to put this here? What a weirdo. This is my frame? No, something's not right. Looks like that frame was killed by someone. I don't have any memories about it. Of all the presenting I'm trying to find really exists. Another projection, but I can move by itself. Do I still have to fight here? No, this isn't an enemy. Feels a little strange. Shouldn't be like this. See, this is myself too. Exactly like a projection earlier, so is me. Why are there hetero creatures here? Why are creatures have been drawn here? Okay, no time to waste. Need to find a node that takes me back to the tower ASAP. Over there. Okay, activate the node. Done. I don't know what's happening to the rest of me. This mind is getting unstable, but if they are also here. What's this vibration? No. Drop. Possibly. Clock hands, start to move forward. Now we should be able to look at the fragments. Now with the chaotic space, I need to get out of here quickly. Answer's not here, you failed, we all failed. Answer's not here, it's up to everyone's our broken wings, and the feathers fall on the stone in the mud. Waiting for one to reach the unopened door up the depths of the humans. Tell me your answer. You have a message for me, from myself in the past. No, this is probably me from another world. You have always been looking for the right path and eliminating it for me that has gone on the wrong way. The legacy we have left is enough to change a lot of the things, isn't it? Tell me the answer you have seen. At the root of all the disasters, who is stopping us from reaching the future? Different enemies, different disasters, and endings bring similar tragedies. No matter how many times I must do this, I will not hesitate to point my gun at anyone who stands in my way. How annoying. Let's finish them off first. Hero creatures have been drawn here. We've been through numerous possibilities, just fun past that can lead us to the future, changing everything and then repeating everything over and over again. Even if I am no longer myself, more new Lees will be able to carry on doing what we've been doing. And memories resonate once more. The start of resolve to the desired future. Everything comes together once again. Honestly, I don't care if my efforts are going to be wasted at all. I'm just not ready to accept the fact that the past cannot be changed. But we have no choice but to move on, alright? Me, on the other side, with the prospects of a brand new frame. We've arrived at this place because we had the same determination. Hold it tight and keep going. The future is in your hand. The memories flood into Lee's brain all at once. He realizes that this is his mind. It is a mind that has recorded all failures and deaths, and the mind of all the Lees, in the past and the future, fighting different possibilities. Due to some unknown reason, they have all intertwined and connected here, creating this dimension of chaos in front of him. He finally understands the mind overload, while adapting his frame and those fleeting flashes of memories. It was all because of this. The existence of this place serves only one purpose, and that is to block all his future memories out. All the messages sent into the past were to lead him to that one future, and now that he is in the future, he has blocked out all the memories related to the actions of sending and receiving those messages, only leaving some coincidental hints to guide him here. When numerous Lees were fighting for their desired future, there was one Lee who was dragging all the Lees who had broken down in this infinite loop of madness into this mind, and destroying them himself in order to not cause a butterfly effect due to small changes. In that moment, he sees all the possible past and futures through these memories. All is clearly displayed in front of him. His mind should not have been able to load such an enormous amount of information, but right here, right now, with the help of his other selves, he can utilize the computing power of himself in all universes. And in that moment, he remembers all the blocked and redacted memories. One was from the Bridge of Babylonia. He sees himself being surrounded by constructs pointing their weapons at him. Their eyes flash with frenzied redness, and all answerable communications emitted the same words. He sees a familiar human, yet a mad and unfamiliar smile decorates their face, and their gun is slowly aimed at him. So he also lifts his gun, but he was never able to pull the trigger. One was from when Babylonia fell from the sky. What was once the Garden of Eden became the brightest shooting star. Falling through the atmosphere, Lee sprints across the fiery hellscape of the surface, witnessing bullets pierce through the chests of his numerous teammates. In the end, he did not make it in time to hold the pair of hands that were reaching out to him. One was from when machines littered the skies and the ground. There was no more greenery on the planet, only metal and scorched earth. Grey Raven was still Grey Raven, but they could not save their commandant, nor could they retrieve the body afterward. He had lost his mobility. There was nothing he could do when his dear teammates were left to lead the fight away but to cry for them at the top of his lungs. His cries were never answered. One was from when snow covered all. Calamity had fallen upon all beings. None were excluded from the icy path of extinction. The punishing virus did not classify as a threat anymore in the face of this disaster. He saw people succumbing to the eternal cold one by one while fighting this lost battle. The future that the girl had traded her soul to save finally ends in eternal night after ceaseless battles. Strings and strings of data appear around him, forming complete and fragmented figures. Numerous Lees from different universes materialize in front of him and observe him with different expressions. I wanted to change the past, but it led to an even bigger catastrophe. In the end, I forgot what I was fighting for and trying to save. You can't save everyone. This is my advice for you. And don't fixate on the unchangeable past. Don't try to change the past that has already happened before you entered the tower. Try to find a future that became a possibility when you stepped foot inside. And that's what I've been doing. Lee clenches his fist, his gaze as determined as ever, as if he has never failed before. Even though all these memories are fusing into one in his mind, all the sorrow, hatred, and regrets are becoming part of him. He does not feel despair because he knows that his universe is filled with possibilities. The destined future is indeed changing thanks to the hard work of all the others. Amidst the flow of all these memories, he is able to catch the key message hidden in the core of the tower, and it originates from the last record of the perished Lees. They turned their own memories into a beacon, guiding him on this journey. What all these Lees want to convey to him is not how many times they have tried and changed the depressing past, But no matter how hopeless the future seems, there is always one of him who keeps marching forward undeterred. No matter how many battles he has to fight, he still perseveres in the infinite futures. Lee looks at each and every version of himself in this unique mind. Each one is covered in scars from battles with time. Some versions of himself are battered to the point that they are nearly unrecognizable. There's one thing they all have in common. I'm sure you've noticed. A version of Lee with faded white hair and only one eye comes before him. In his hand lays an object with a warm glow, Grey Raven's plaque. No matter which universe, you will always be a member of Grey Raven. No matter how your fate changes, you will always choose Grey Raven in the end. So, your purpose is something only Grey Raven's Lee can fulfill. His gaze on the plaque loses focus as he is looking into the past instead of seeing the future that is out of his reach. Cold sorrow melts away from his face and is replaced by a fleeting yet a warm smile, like illusory rays of sun reflected on cellophane paper. That chance doesn't belong to me anymore, but you still have the chance to go back and see them welcome me back with a smile. What about you guys? Even though he already knows the answer deep down, he still asks without much thought. Of course, I have my own battle to fight. I've already fulfilled my destiny. I'm going to keep fighting. I still have some unfinished business. Some unspoken words. Some people I wanted to see. And a future I want to protect. A version of Lee walks out from his side. Lee recognizes that this is the Lee who helped him in the tower, and is a version who looks the most similar to him. We're just ghosts projected in his mind. Although the tower traverses time and space, we are all ones who would be obliterated in the end by the rules. Because I did not pass the filtering during the trial in the end. Filtering? Rules? And who has the right to set these rules? I've asked the same question myself. He looks a bit helpless. Lee knows what expression he makes when he does not know how to answer a question. Lee thinks without much thought. He realizes that this is his usual expression when he is with Grey Raven or Strikeoff. He will see it. As for the answer, it's something only you need to find. You've already solved the hurdles you left for yourself. From now on, you can only move forward and not back. There is still one last piece of memory sealed away in their mind. It's an important one, and will be unlocked at the time you had set for yourself. There's only one chance for us to deliver it to you through this mind, and it'll become your ace. Before that, go upward. Stop that ray of destruction and reverse the tower's rules. Only then will you be able to save everything you care about. The first Lee smiles faintly and gives him a push, as if passing on all his regrets and hopes to Lee. At the same time, a familiar time rift appears in front of him. You know what to do. Now go. Okay, dimension down to 2116. Almost there. Enter the new world. Familiar place, strange barrier. Lee stands here once again after going through countless difficulties. I knew it. Part of this energy can be extracted. Now, for at the top of time, prevent the EM radiation or pollution from happening again. Is this the core supplying the energy to the barrier? Shall I break it or? And below begins to tremble.
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで
Done.
滅びよ。
Is this a message from me? This time and space, Cross, counting on you, the other me. Possibilities from other timeline have entered into Hyperreal's body. Kaboom! Is this the core? Something isn't quite right. Attracted by the core, the guards of the tower are emerging from the time rifts.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はあなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げあなたの生存確
All
率
other
はゼロ
creatures have
です。
emerged.
時の果てで滅びよ。
Okay. Hello again. This time, space will cross. Keep going. I'm counting on you, the other me. Possibilities from other timelines have emerged in Hyperreal's body. He's back to this place again, but will be able to face the core this time. Okay, EM radiation eruption in 300 seconds.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率は
Okay,
ゼロ
more
だ。
creatures have
時
emerged,
の果てで滅びよ。
and even more have emerged. Now it's time I'll stop the EM radiation eruption.
時の果てで滅びよ。
Orobillo. Kaboom! Did it work? As if a candle flame burning out its last source of oxygen, the crimson glow at the core of the top of the tower slowly fades into a low buzzing sound. Their surroundings darken. You can hear a low rumble from deep down below the tower. Suddenly the tower lets out a struggling growl like a beast that got hit by a tranquilizer dart. The bursting red tide immediately ceases its outflow as the core terminal shatters. This way, the people outside won't need to worry about the threat of radiation. Hopefully it'll give them more time too. But the low hum gradually grows louder. The time inside the tower seems to have been reversed in an instant. The monitors broken during battle slowly revert to their original state, and the core is at the top is relit in the darkness. The crimson, punishing virus gushes out from all directions of the tower, surrounding the core and fortifying its guard. The fake starry skies spin rapidly, and sticky red tides drip down from the gaps, condensing into ominous shadows. And that's just the core's duplicate. As long as the tower is still here, it'll keep regenerating. If you don't completely change the tower's rules, you won't be able to truly stop the core from exploding. You're this close to succeeding. So now's not the time to let my guard down. He turns around, firmly gripping his weapons. Okay, 17. Done. Lee stands on the highest spot of the Hero Tower, staring at the giant core emanating a dangerous glow. But because you're so close to succeeding, it's the most dangerous. You should know that. Yes, it's the same this time. As the last part of the trial, they will materialize an enemy from your past whom you hated, feared, and felt regret, and were weak to the most. I don't know which enemy you'll see, but I believe that this time his phantoms slowly merge together. In the end, they overlap thee, signifying that all causality is conjugated here. This time, I will succeed. Lee turns to face the ever-changing space inside the tower and waits in silence. He seems to already know who will appear before him. Thick red punishing header armor drips down from the sky, slowly forming into two pale humanoids. Yep. Twins. Although they may look no different to humans, it is clear that the male and female beings in front of Lee are the enemies of the origin of humanity. Imitating the appearance of humans, imitating the intelligence of humans, imitating the closeness of humans. The twins slowly get up from the ground and coldly look at Lee. He feels even more uneasy than the first time he saw them. He knows that they are merely replicas that the Hetero Tower created according to his memories. They feel just as threatening, if not more, as the originals. You imitate all that is human except for emotions. I bet you can't relate to what I'm feeling right now. The female twin lifts her arm at Lee. What should have been an arm, more or less modified, has been modified into a bow. As the female twin slightly moves her arm, an arrow formed with a high concentration of punishing virus strikes at Lee at high speed and explodes. She shows no emotion, no joy nor excitement, and just slows her arm mechanically, trying to confirm the death of the construct in front of her. Unfortunately for her, after the dust has settled, only a blurry illusion remains where the arrow exploded, and the construct that was supposed to die is nowhere to be seen. I failed numerous times. Humanity has also failed numerous times. Male twin hears Lear's voice from above him and immediately swings his fist upward, blocking Lee's aerial attack with his firearm case. Simultaneously, the female twin dodges backward under the cover of her teammate and swiftly fires a few arrows back at Lee. Although this attack comes from a dead angle, it is blocked by Lee with his firearm case at an impossible angle. Numerous failures, it has drowned humanity in despair, but also strengthened their determination. Lee rapidly fires several shots at the male twin. Even though he raises his arms to guard himself, he is still pushed back by the force of the bullets. Constant observation, constant research, and constant innovation. Thanks to the enhanced speed from the rapid fire, Lee is already next to the male twin and kicks his sturdy arm into pieces. But this short period of time he focused on the male twin is enough for the female twin to conjugate a new arrow. This time she is sure that she will not miss. However, before she can fire, a heavy firearm case plows into the female twin from an impossible angle and sends her flying through the air. Small advances accumulate into big leaps. Without the twins noticing, an illusion has already taken place of the Lee who kicked the male hetero creature. The real Lee is currently high up in the air, his rapid-fire pistol and firearm case completing their transformation in an instant. I've already seen and simulated this moment in my mind 1,000,000 times. This moment when we meet again. Tips for shooting? Why would you need to know? There's not much to it, really. Just don't fall asleep while aiming, I guess. You have to be familiar with your firearm, and just have the confidence you'll hit the target. Graviton bombs? Shit! How do you know I have that? Making high energy bullets, and how do you know the Science Council's file IU09 is flawed? Never mind that. I don't know what you want them for, but if you ever let your commander know I was the one who gave it to you, you better watch your back. A weapon that can handle multiple situations. What induced you to consider that? No, of course it's possible, but these kinds of weapons usually lack balance, and they're not very useful in most situations. What kind of enemy are you planning to fight? Hypothetically, if I had to face an enemy I have no chance of winning alone, what do you think I should do, Commandant? I think you'd avoid these situations in the first place. You're right, but what if I really did find myself in that situation? Just hypothetically, of course. If there really is such a strong enemy, they probably won't step up no matter how long they fight. So I'd say the best defense is offense. Offense? Don't let the enemy be in control of the situation. You should be the one in the control. Carefully plan your every step, observe your enemy, and simulate their thought process. There may only be one chance, don't miss it, and then strike. Leaping into the air, Lee aims his sniper rifle at the twins and he waits. He waits for his only chance. All causality intertwines through time and space. The sand in the hourglass slowly drops until the bullet of everything will eventually pierce through all. And then I pull the trigger. He grasps that second of a chance and fires a bullet through the heads of both the twins, turning their heads into dust. Of course they don't die so easily. As they are simulations of the tower, their heads do not seem to be a fatal weak point like the other hetero creatures. The thick red liquid composing their bodies stirs and forms new heads. Come on then, no matter how many times you revive, I'll shoot you off into the end of space-time. And here we go. This time my bullets will definitely reach you. Okay.
もう逃げ場は僕の視界からは逃れられます。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。
The imitation believes just as I calculated.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。僕の視界からは逃れられます。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。 大したことじゃない。集中しましょう。僕のもう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちはずっと僕たち
You've been learning, comprehending, and imitating us. But we're done. Goodbye and goodbye, twins. Okay, another crack in space-time. And looks like that's the road to the answer. And the final area. Two hours have passed since the Hetero Tower emitted the unknown electromagnetic radiation, and hordes of Hetero creatures still surround the puny army of humanity. What is worse is that in the past, one had trustworthy teammates watching each other's backs in battle, but now due to that eerie red glow, no one can be trusted. Not even oneself. Liv, what's the situation with the other commandants? Their vitals are stable, but they're still not conscious. Understood. Please keep monitoring the situation. Of course, but Commandant, you, Commandant! Liv cries out all of a sudden and rushes over with a medical kit. Liv, what's wrong? You unconsciously wipe a spot of wetness near your mouth, thinking that it is rain, but it turns out to be fresh blood flowing out of your nose. You thought the internal bleeding had already stopped, but it's starting again. Is it because of the forced connection with too many constructs? Coughs. Have you exceeded the mind connection limit? Commandant, hang in there! Liv takes out an emergency hemostatic agent and prepares for injection, but a hand tightly strangles her neck. That's my hand. Even though the human strength cannot do harm to constructs, it still hurts Liv, but she does not dodge or resist, freely letting herself be strangled. Don't worry, Commandant, it's alright. Oh no, she's crying. Liv gently finishes the injection through the pain, but the mind beacon corruption brings even worse side effects. Your other hand starts reaching for the holster. Stop it! Although you're able to stop your arm's movement by exerting your last ounce of control, it's clear that this body is slowly slipping away from your command. Liv. Commandant, I'm here. Before I do anything I regret, take away my gun and knife. But then, Commandant, you'll be abandoning all your weapons while being surrounded by enemies is no different than committing suicide. The only difference is that you probably could not even commit suicide if you wanted to right now. Okay, I'll be careful. I understand. We'll keep this area safe no matter what. Liv finally carries out your commands after some persuasion. It is too dangerous to have weapons on you, and there is a chance that you will lose control again. At that moment, good news arrives. Commandant, I found the Mountain Owl, Commandant. It seems that he's still conscious. Even though they're constructs wrongly led here by Commandant Harley Joe, as long as we explain the situation to them, we should be able to get their trust and support. Good news, we can finally fight back now. If we can break through the weaker areas of their siege and take back our base near the Hedor Tower, then we'll have the advantage of being on home turf. That sounds good. At least that's what the textbook says. Time to test it out then. At the same time, this will ensure that Lee will have a way to retreat. Lee may have been injured during the mission, so you cannot let him be surrounded by even more enemies. As long as we have enough power, the outcome of the battle may lean in our favor. Alright, I'll guide them over right now. Can you get him on the comms? Of course. Hello, Mountain Owl Commandant. Our Commandant. Just as Lucia is preparing to connect through to Mountain Owl Commandant, you see him through the terminal screen. Lucia, get away from him. He's not the Mountain Owl Commandant. At that moment, the Commandant fires a shot from his gun at the unsuspecting Lucia. Although it was a normal gun that the human fired, it was still enough to hurt Lucia. Foolish Ascendant. You fell for it, haha. Destroy her, Mountain Owls. This is not the Mountain Owl Commandant, but another Commandant with a corrupted mind beacon. He has forcefully connected his mind beacon to the members of Mountain Owl. Ugh, Mountain Owls, this is Grey Raven. Please, snap out of it. More bullets and weapons attack Lucia, but Lucia can only guard and retreat due to her compassionate nature. Suddenly, all attacks cease. Icy frost slowly invades the joints of the Mountain Owl's frames, greatly lowering their mobility. Chrome! The construct who accurately released the frost is none other than the Strikehawk Captain Chrome. Lucia, sorry that we're late. No, Chrome, you're just in time. This should not happen. Why is there support for Ascendants? But I'm going to at least take you down. The Commandant grabs one of his construct's guns and blindly fires at Lucia. The huge recoil from a construct's weapon causes him to fall after one shot. But the bullet is blocked by the huge dark shield of a sword, causing no damage to Lucia at all. Lucia, can you stand? Yes, thank you, Connolly. Damn it. Just as the Mountain Owl Commandant, tries to get up and continue shooting, a tranquilizing dart used by a sniper rifle silently pierces the skin of his nape. Is he asleep? This is sometimes necessary for patients who don't cooperate. From afar, Wan Chi waves with a sniper rifle in hand. Wan Chi, good job. Wan Chi, good job. Grey Raven Commandant. Except for Kamu, who's on a mission elsewhere, all three of us from Strikehawk are here. Alright, please help Lucia gather constructs who can still fight and prepare for breakthrough. On it! You wait until the comms is cut off before coughing out the blood that has been gathering around your throat. Commandant, how do you feel? I don't know how long I have left. Please sever my connection with everyone if you find me acting strange. That won't happen. It's just in case. Your consciousness starts to blur. Only the mind beacon signal connected to Lee is still glowing, though faintly. If Lee is still fighting, then you cannot lose that light, no matter what, let alone your weak self. Looking up at the tower, the top seems like a perfect spot for a god to dwell and look down on the puny humans fighting for their lives. But right now, someone is still climbing those stairs, trying to knock on the god's door. Okay. And now, final fight. Unknown projection, or astral projection. In between the piece shards from spatial collapse, a completely different world is displayed in front of Lee. The distorted dimension intertwines and rumbles like an orchestra without a conductor. Chaotic music notes fly out of the movement and become a bitmap. They then become two-dimensional, rising up to transform into the platform beneath his feet, and lastly into the shapes he cannot comprehend. The enormous amount of information floods into his brain, but vanishes the next second. He experiences millions of years in his mind in that fleeting moment. He sees the birth and destruction of numerous galaxies through this odd-colored dimension. The pages of time are flips at the speed of light. He stands amidst this vast universe, his view unrestricted by spatial rules. He sees the light of numerous stars at their birth and destruction, light from millions and millions of years ago, showing how young and small Earth is compared to everything else. To those beings who dwell in a higher dimension, the stars may just resemble toys, spinning around their hands like music boxes. He feels trapped in this dimension away from reality. At the same time, he experiences all. Every past and future of all versions of himself is laid out like a map, with clear descriptions of all that happens. The concepts of beginning and end do not exist in this dimension. Time is like building blocks, existing solely for the entertainment of the owner of the dimension. The chaotic space gradually settles. He already understands why this place feels so familiar. It is because this is not his first time here. The galaxies merge into a pair of all-seeing eyes, warmly looking down on the lonely soul in the darkness. A voice resonates from afar, speaking directly into Lee's brain. It speaks a language that Lee has never heard of before, as if it is the voice of the universe. At the same time, it is also the voice of all the people, yet he can understand it somehow. Their conversation revolves around his memories, which are also his present, as well as his future. Are you troubled by what you see? What is this place? The peripheral dimension. This is the dimensional border humans can reach. You may also call it the gate. You can comprehend it as a meeting room prepared for all life on Earth. To make it easier for humans to adapt, we have temporarily transformed it into something you can understand. Why am I here? Your presence here means that the possibility of the civilization humanity passing through the gate has arisen. The voice reverberates in the universe. Lee seems to hear a familiar voice among the harmony of everything. Then he remembers what his other self said to him in his mind. And you, what are you, the judge or the filterer? Was that tower your tool for filtering? We are just a congregation of the Watchers' will. As per the rules, we may not directly influence the history of humanity. In our early watching periods, we had accelerated the destruction of 3 young civilizations due to excessive direct influence. An extremely small portion of us possesses projections who can travel in lower dimensions. They are envoys as well as travelers. As for the tower, it is another symbol of biological evolution, and you were able to find your way here by utilizing its attributes. Just like how the punishing virus was able to find a new way of evolution on humans, humans can also use the virus to achieve the impossible. The punishing virus, it's the filterer and the filtered at the same time? The beings who you refer to as the twins are currently the epitome in the evolution tree of this being. When humanity truly defeats them, it will signify a new possibility for humanity's future. What's the purpose of all of this? Watch and witness the real future among all possibilities. The moment they reach the unopened door in their bodies of flesh and blood, we want to know the possibility of the continuous existence of humanity. We have been waiting, pass the final trial and break the rules of the future together with us. Since you are already here, the large eyes vanish from the skies as the world starts to shrink. Numerous transparent spikes appear from the gaps in time and space and aim toward Lee. Tell us your answer with your will. Lee dodges the spikes with ease and familiarity as if he had done this multiple times before. He sees himself in this battle. They appear and vanish from the spiral platform. The last identical version of himself stands in front of him and hands over a weapon. There's only one chance for us to deliver it to you through this mind, and it'll become your ace. Lee reaches for it. The moment he touches the weapon, the battle illusion of the construct turns into dust. What is conveyed is a never-changing courage and thoughts, and all the memories of all the battles Lee has fought in all the universes. It is because of the hard work of everyone, unsolvable regrets, and the determination of humanity that has led him to arrive at the top of the tower in this frame. He must leave this place and carry out his original duty. I will bring an end to this fake dimension. And so it begins. The astral projection. Ow. Too late.
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられます。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Primal projection is what they called it. I see. なるほど。
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
Ow. I really haven't practiced much against her. Oh, there we go. That was terrible, but I missed it. Oh. Ouch.
もう逃げ場はあなたたちの時間は僕が制する。何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。 時の果てで滅びよ。
I am getting so skill issued.
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。ここで終わるつもりはありませんよ。 何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。
Oh, well then. 1 HP. Oh, my Hyper Matrix. Ah, I missed it again. Ow.
もう逃げばこれで終わりです。時の果てで滅びよ。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
I always see it move and yeah.
ここで終わるつもりはありませんよ。
There we go.
何度でも立ち上がります。
Oh, and she has a
何
follow
度
up.
でも。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕の視界からは逃れられます。もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
Okay, next phase.
Ooh. もう逃げ場はありませんよ。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。
I got struck in.
何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。僕のもう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Why am I getting so many notifications?
大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。僕のもう逃げ場はありませんよ。これで終わりです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Okay, yeah, that's maybe shit.
大したことじゃありません。ここで終わるつもりはありませんよ。何度でも立ち上がります。何度でも。もう逃げ場は僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
Still ended up pretty well, but we got skill issued so hard.
気を抜くのはまだ早すぎます。指揮官。
It is kind of tricky. Tricky. Super tricky. Okay, it felt like a second, yet also felt like a million years. Lee has already stopped keeping count of how long this battle has gone on for. Long ago, time means nothing to him now. In all the failures and resets, Lee captures all the key messages from the past and the future and sends them to this past self, guiding them on their path here. As long as this frame can be reactivated, then there will be a new him walking up those stairs, pushing open that door, and continuing this unknown battle. And this endless battle will come to an end one day. And that's right, even though it looks like an endless spiral, as long as there's a new opportunity, that's enough to create a new possibility. The last bullet pierces through time and space, penetrating through the layers of spatial gaps, and finally through the body of the Watcher. The Watcher stops its attacks and reaches for the hole in its body with its hand. It does not heal as fast as before. Instead, the body reflecting the starry skies disintegrates rapidly, and its projection starts to have difficulties maintaining its form. Is this humanity's answer? No, I cannot answer you for all of humanity. But as long as I can prevent the upcoming disaster, then I don't mind battling on like this. My duty is not here. My duty is to prevent the catastrophe brought on by the tower and return to my teammates. This is the only answer I can give you, as myself and as Grey Raven's Lee. The voice asks one last question. Its voice is not as cold and ruthless as before, but willed with some kind of illusory warmth. For humans, all that can be perceived are three-dimensional, and time is a rule humans cannot interfere with. And you are now qualified to step into the wider world. You can choose your perfect world. Once you leave here, you will lose your ability to see the future and interfere with time. You will forget all that you have seen about the past and the future, and you will never get to change the past again. Everything that has happened here will be erased from history. Even so, are you sure you do not want to go through this gate? Yes, I'm sure. There are still people waiting for me to go back. No matter what the future is like, I will find it together with them. The voice fell silent for a while. Fissures start to open up in the space of silence. It suddenly starts to crumble, just as it had suddenly materialized. Before Lee's consciousness completely leaves a peripheral dimension, he hears her final reply. Well then, when the time comes, your newfound future will have my blessings. The last voice that reverberates in Lee's mind is not the harmonious voice of everything, but a warm, detached female's voice. He seems to have heard this voice before. This is Lee's last thought in his deep mind. When Lee opens his eyes again, he is back at the top of the tower. The crimson core is still emitting a threatening glow, but this time nothing blocks Lee's way as he approaches it. He makes his way under the core, where the tower's true core terminal is stored. Stop that ray of destruction and reverse the tower's rules. Only then will you be able to save everything you care about. Lee now completely understands the true meaning of the words said to him in his mind. The Omega Weapon, research on the Inver device, the language of the Punisher virus, and all his memories from different worlds. All these shards weld into a key, and a lock is right in front of him. Since rules exist, and I know what language it runs with, I just need to rewrite the tower's basic logic, and I'll be able to change its operation completely. From release and vitalize to absorb and destroy. This way, all traces of the virus will be gone from all areas that have been touched by the radiation. This time, it's your turn to be used. And time continues to tick. I am back. Aima. The scorching bullet casing is ejected out of a barrel and falls to the ground, hitting another casing and squeakily rolls in a puddle that could have been water or blood. This action has been repeated numerous times. Once the gun ejects an empty magazine, the construct will immediately take out a new one, inspect it, and load it. Which fallen teammate did they collect these from? She cannot even remember. They are covered in dirt. Some are damaged, while some even have blood on them. Some disgusting bits stuck in clots. However, there is no time for this contract to wallow in sorrow. All she can do is pray for the bullets in the magazine, hoping that they were not blocked by foreign objects and would not jam the only working rifle she could find. This construct, named Liv, is currently guarding her commandant beside her with her life. She knows that she cannot afford to fail right now. Fire and fire again. Commandant said they would be alright, so she does not need to think. She only needs to aim and fire. No, don't look to the right. Strikehawk has already headed over. Commandant must be crying tears of joy to be rescued. It would not be a pretty sight. She will have to try to leave Commandant some dignity. Another empty magazine hits her foot. She mechanically reaches toward her back, but this time the header creature enters the sight. Her fingers grasp at something around her waist, but all she gets are an empty sheath and holster. Her knife was probably stabbed on a crazed teammate's thigh, while her gun was given to the injured commandant before coming over. I really am not that sharp. Then it would not hurt to look over once more, right?
beam of light engulfs the Hetero creature and turns it into ashes. But because of the angle, the construct is also affected. She falls face down to the ground, temporarily losing her mobility. I made it. The cooling device of the battered levy gun whirls up in a storm. The white smoke is still coming out of the bright red barrel. He does not know how many shots it can endure. Viv, Commandant, go take her place and guard the line of defense. The fingers latching onto your hands strengthen their grip, but you already do not have the strength to console her. Trust me. You struggle to get up from Liv's arms. Leaning against the wall, you revert to a sitting position. You immediately taste metal in your mouth as you sit up. Commandant, take out injector, remove cover. You swiftly stab the sharp end into your leg. Feeling more conscious thanks to the medicine, you gently smile at Liv and tap on the back of her hand. I've been fine, I've been through worse. I need you. Please. Liv grits her teeth as she advances forward. You readjust your slipping body as you see her off. From the start of the battle till now, the already weak command system is now a complete mess. If your connection even falters a bit, the line of defense will immediately crumble. This battle has already gone against all that was taught in that Prowess College. Like a negative case study on the pages of a textbook, everyone here is going all in on a big gamble. There is not enough data to justify their actions and not enough planning. There is not enough reason for them to even continue fighting. There is only but a small spark, burning and through the brutal battlefield, still burning, and through the brutal battlefield you feel that you can see him there, giving his all. And that is enough. As long as he is still fighting, you will unconditionally trust him, like how he has trust in everyone in Grey Raven. What are we still waiting for? We should go and help him in the tower. I can't stand it anymore. Can't stop before Lee comes back. I can still fight. Too early to be retreating now. Through the connection with the mind, you are able to receive the thoughts of others. At the same time, the owners of these emotions all flicker like a candle, extinguishing one by one. Thanks to that, the load on your consciousness lessens. Pain, anger, helplessness. The chaotic storm of emotions is like a snowball, rolling down a hill, and it keeps getting bigger. But what you can do now is touch it. What you can do now is touch it out and stop it from rolling further, so that you can maintain a stable connection. How much longer? No one replies. Even Liv, who is closest to you, has to focus on maintaining the line of defense. Which is why it is no surprise when the Hetero creature with only half of its body intact crawls toward you. No one can make it in time to save you. I already gave up my weapons as per my requests, and that crawling Hetero creature is slowly edging nearer to you. Is it because of its injuries, or is it planning an ambush? Or maybe it just wants to toy with its prey that is about to die. It's as if the Hetero creature is part of the colossal tower behind it, baring its teeth and mocking a frail human with a piercing laugh. It supports itself with one hand on the ground and straightens its back. It raises its other hand. Even its blood-dripping claws are looking down at you. Okay, it really is belittling me. Your right hand finally finds a hard object, a stone that was blasted over to your side. It is so simple, rough and crude. Compared with the mysterious tower in front of you, it is a joke of an object, doing its best to go against the power of the gods. It is meek and weak, a laughingstock to the gods. But several million years ago, this is what the ancestors of humans used to start the first fire. From then on, they had a weapon against the night. They had the freedom to gaze up at the stars while proudly standing amidst the darkness. Wrapping your fingers around the stone, you look up at the vicious Hetero creature and the huge tower behind it. Taking a deep breath, you redirect all your remaining energy to your right arm. Smash. The stone becomes the most primitive weapon in the human's hands, fearlessly attacking the gods. Blinding light engulfs the land, opening up the gateway to the future. Babylonia. Ah, I'm gonna die! Chief figure crawls beneath the table, rapidly swinging and turning her hands onto the construct's hard head, creating a continuous banging noise. Suddenly, as if making up her mind, her gaze sharpens and glares at her swinging arms. She brings out the hammer hidden behind her and swings it at the haywire construct who is trying to get her. But before the hammer can make contact with its target, the construct fell to the ground with a thud. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Rosa quickly throws away the hammer and hides back beneath the table. Only after a few seconds did she stretch out her shaking hand and use the deformed tray to lightly tap the construct's head. General Staff Department door. We're out of ammo. Who still has magazines? This is the last one, sir. Wells abandons his empty pistol. He unstraps his holsters and wraps them around his fist and gives them a little bump. Need I shout start for you? No need. Right after he speaks, he swings his fist at the haywire mechanoid guard's head from a tricky angle. He was only supposed to buy them sometime. Who would have thought he would have been able to actually be able to defeat it? All of them were shocked. It wasn't me. At that moment, a nearby staff looked like he had seen his ghost. He rubs his eyes before running over, shrieking, holding his personal terminal up high. Sir, an emergency report from the surface. Okay, and there it is. The tower. Now purified. It just glow like nothing before. Fear, bizarreness, sorrow, frenzy. All are filtered out of the body under the azure rays. Screaming stops as weapons are dropped to the ground. The haywire constructs look around in a daze before falling to the ground, one by one. Hetero creatures are like fish out of water. Their struggles do not last long, and by the time the survivors notice, they have already ceased all struggling, forever. Basking in the glow of the tower, calmly lets out a sigh of relief and sits down on the ground. Lee, he succeeded. No more blinding crimson, no more chaotic disorder. With the tower as the center, the punishing virus is rapidly sucked into a whirlpool and completely destroyed by the tower's light. Quan Chi, status report. There are no hetero creatures left. All infected constructs have also ceased their actions. Seems that the crisis is averted for now. We need to investigate more before concluding. Remaining task force members should prioritize rescuing the injured, and then retrieve the fallen commandants and constructs. Do not let your guard down. I need to discuss the next step with the Grey Raven commandant. Captain? What's wrong? I can't reach the Grey Raven commandant. The four of them rush over at the same time. Across the heaps of hetero creature corpses, that familiar figure has already fallen beside the wall of the ruins. Commandant! You don't know what the situation is, but you force your eyes open, finally seeing clearly the two constructs before you. Commandant! I'm still alive. Commandant, please hang on, I'm calling the rescue team over right now. But wait. Lift your hand, interrupting Liv. What's the situation? How long has it been? Since when have you been on the ground? What's the situation with the Hetero Tower? What about the electromagnetic radiation? Commandant, the Hetero Tower. The Hetero Tower is absorbing the punishing virus. Three men are initially surprised, but their expressions darken not long after. The conjugation of this concentration and amount of punishing virus is just a sick joke. However, the staff had guessed what was worrying the leaders and promptly provides an explanation. Not absorbing, it's absorbing. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right. Let me rephrase. Precisely speaking, it's purifying. The Hetero Tower has become a huge combined Omega weapon and device and is absorbing the punishing virus within a certain radius. The concentration of punishing virus in the air is rapidly decreasing. Even so, Liv injects herself with serum just in case. Commandant, vitals have stabilized. Please do let us know if you're feeling unwell. Liv and Lucio only feel assured after you nod. They slowly lift you up. Far away, a commotion starts among the rescue team searching for survivors. That is, the weak spark that has always been connected with your mind beacon suddenly flares like the brightest star in the night sky, calling out to you from across the galaxies. Is that? Kamui is the first to speak up and starts to rush over without thinking, but he immediately stops when he sees you limping on your way over. Commandant, you shouldn't strain yourself. Why don't I carry you over? No need. You guys go first. Alright then. At least, let me support you, Commandant. Thank you, Liv. Liv and Lucio slow down and match their pace with yours. Not long after, he spots a familiar figure among the crowd. Lee first eyes you from head to toe, and then with a concerned gaze looks at Liv. It is not until she nods at him with a smile does he let out a sigh of relief. Overburning. Why do you always end up in such a state? I can say the same to you. This is his first battle using this new frame and is already heavily damaged. From what you can see, there is not one spot that is intact. It must have been a difficult and dangerous situation. Those terrifying scars are proof that he never gave up. I'm fine, it's just some scratches. I'll be right as rain after maintenance. You guys are the one who need maintenance more though. As if they had expected this answer from Lee, the others circled him like sharks while he was speaking. What? Here we go. His back is fine. His back is fine for some scratches from hetero creatures. No serious injury on his left arm. Only an arrow scratch on his left eye though. Nothing dangerous. Right arm, only some scratches on the surface. The movements are normal. Frame temperature is also normal. I told you guys, I'm fine. Lee cannot stand all the attention in the ICU for help. I actually agree that you should get inspected first. Since you have a habit of acting tough. Wait, no, I mean a habit of hiding things in order to not worry your teammates. About that, I will provide you with an extremely detailed report when we get back. I won't hide anything, whether from Grey Raven or... You better not. Lee sighs at the tone of your voice. Wait, your friend still needs inspection. However, when you prepare yourself for Lee's usual reply of not necessary, he actually spreads his arm this time and lets Liv and you freely inspect him for injuries. Nothing seems wrong. Your mind is not overloaded as well. Seems so. As the mob will perform a more thorough inspection when we get back to Babylonia. Never mind that for now. I need to report to Commandant in Babylonia first. He furrows his brows as if trying to remember something about what happened in the tower. Once we're back safely... Oh, right. Before that, there's one more thing. There's more? Yes. Lee, welcome back. Welcome back, Lee. Welcome back, Lee. Puzzled, surprised, flustered, accepting, and resigned. Under the warm gaze of everyone, Lee smiles clumsily and genuinely. The pain of war and the worry of separation all melt into nothing in an instant, placing it as the joy of surviving. Dawn finally breaks once more after this long night of darkness. Even though the price they have to pay is huge, and the path to tomorrow is still covered in thorns. Walking on this path feels so grounding and full of hope. He did not lose his team, nor is he alone. He still possesses so many treasures he wants to protect. The footprints of the past will always be behind him, and he will look back from time to time, but he is not lost anymore. The past cannot be changed, so we have to seize that determination and venture into the future. We will light up the darkness. We will bring new life. We will step into tomorrow together. Just as he had promised, he returned to everyone. I'm back.
after this issues. 1 month later, Babylonia. You wonder when was the busiest for the General Staff since the creation of Eden, and it will no doubt be the month after the Hero Tower incident. Considering that the restoration network of Babylonia is comprehensive, the Parliament has decided to form a temporary department composed of a representative from each department, and representing the military is the General Staff. The redeployment of the task force members, replacement of damaged transport drones, the production of construct parts, even the recovery of weapons on the surface are the General Staff's responsibility. It does not help that General Wells is the deputy director of this department. Rather than communicating with the stingy director, all the departments like to reach out to Wells, hoping to receive more resources. General Wells, when will the rest of the beta repair parts arrive? A lot of constructs are waiting for a new pair of legs. Sika, please take care of Collins' request. Of course, this way, please, sir. Sika LeBron, I remember you used to command the Potted Eye. Looks like the war is in our favor if an excellent commandant from the task force such as yourself is helping out here. Without waiting for Sika to refute, Collins already loses interest in her and takes out a file. E0M20022. Restocking. A total of 90 beta repair parts. 90 beta repair parts? 70. 70? I guess I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Collins, since you're here, why not rest a bit in a meeting room next door? Is Nikki there as well? I will speak to you two in private. Collins dumps the file onto Sika's desk, seemingly losing interest in both of them, and leaves the room. Wells repositions his glasses as he glances at Sika, who's frantically flipping through the file. He takes out a file from the cabinet and leaves. Someone's here? Collins, Kurono's probably still busy and fighting. Nicola waits for Wells to continue, but the latter does not seem to wish to do so. I'm sure I don't need to remind you again what the duty of the General Staff is. The General Staff is here to help Babylonia respond to all possible threats in advance. Don't worry, I'm not biased on this matter. Wells spreads out the file he was holding on the table. The Hero Tower incident has helped decide which plan to go with. We are currently in stage E14. E14? Codename Genesis. It really exceeded our expectations. The situation humanity needs to face did not worsen. Rather, it has brought us forward to the stage where we can consider rebuilding on the surface. A Hero Tower that can decrease the concentration of the punishing virus to 0. The Parliament won't allow the military to take this risk before the Science Council fully understands its mechanisms. Don't forget, we still haven't confirmed the agent's death. Ascendant sightings have increased. The threat of the punishing virus is just spreading in a different way. Which is why we need a base, a city that can represent hope. It will become our outpost for fighting off the infiltration of Ascendants. Can I interpret that as the General Staff will support us once related plans are put into motion? I've said so before. I will not be biased. This may be the first city where humanity returns to the surface. The General Staff awaits your orders. Understood. Nicola reorganizes all the files Wells had presented and prepares to leave. Right, about last time. The engineering force is not happy with you secretly sharing conference notes and frontline status with the lunar base. Your generous speech made me think that you were on my side, Commander Nicola. That's the Parliament we're talking about. It's a place where you need to know the correct things to say, but looking at the outcome, I do agree with your decision. I'll take care of it for you. Thank you, Commander. Nicola does not spare an extra second and leaves. Only Wells is left in this spacious room. Looking at the outcome, he agrees with me, huh? Takes out a purple badge from his pocket, a falcon spreading its wings, the sharp edges shining like its owner's path.
General, what is it? Last week, the task force started to formulate a new team. Potential members are still under evaluation, but we were wondering if you had any recommendations for the post of the commandant, sir. They want me to appoint the commandant. He says he trusts you, sir. Right. Wells taps on his personal terminal and talks to you. The document appears on the screen. Ah, so that's how it is. The department approve of his suggestion. At this time, I wouldn't put it past them. They read through me. Special code name, Iris Warbler. Does he think this will become a wedge for Genesis? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sika salutes at Wells after the door opens. General Wells. Yes? There's something weird with one of the requests. Alright, put it on my desk. Yes, sir. Wells curls his index finger and lightly taps on the table as Sika leaves the room. He then finally closes the top secret document on his terminal. Standing up, he turns off the lights in the room and leaves. Okay, and that's that. Spiral of Kronos is indeed done. That was quite an adventure. Okay. And now renewal. 22 and 23. Just give me a moment to just quickly go take a water break. I need to grab another water. Okay, 22. It's gonna be quite some time to go through as well. Anyhow, so yeah, let me go get that water. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Now, let's get started on the next chapter, shall we? Main. Yes. Renaissance du Fantastique. The daydream. The young girl still dreams. Isla had her own little fantasies about what Earth would be like before her first assignment. Having only read about Earth in textbooks, she often imagined what's become of the Earth now. The kind of poetry people of Earth are now writing, and how drastically different their culture must be from that of the Golden Age. She'd imagined herself coming across some unwithered spider ivy in some ruins, and giving them to her colleagues back at Babylonia. She'd imagined herself traveling through where all the past heroes once fought, and commemorating them with a long overdue requiem. Cruel might be reality, and yet she was determined to remember every second of it by heart, with her eyes wide open. All the while feeling uplifted by the idea that her artwork would rise to new heights with new experiences. Until, that is, reality shatters her imagination into pieces, upon which she now finds herself standing. A team of a dozen constructs is now making its way through the wild. They have lost 2 members, and the survivors are not faring well. With severed neural circuits, alloy bones explode, and coagulated clumps of vital fluid on their skin. Several constructs cannot walk without help. The pink-haired member walking at the end of the team is the least damaged of all, being one of which meant to be protected. She stares blankly at the team, keeping a distance from them. Having sensed the gloom in the air, one of the constructs walking at the front, slows down until they reach Isla. How are you holding up, Isla? You did really well for someone who came down for the first time. Thanks. I'm feeling okay. This is Isla's first ever big archaeological assignment since she joined the team. When the WGA discovered this archaeological site, it sent the team down to collect documents and relics that were left there. Task Force had cleansed the site, meaning that theoretically they weren't supposed to come across corrupted in droves. As fate would have it, however, they found themselves surrounded by countless corrupted, once infected by a previously undetected punishing virus. And the archaeological team that traveled deep into the site with the task force team that had come along. The task force team managed to escort the archaeological team to safety with all the documents and precious relics they had, at the cost of 2 of its members' lives. Seem anything but okay, though. Orpheus. But it's common among our newcomers, since there is a world of difference between up and there and down here. It's going to take some time to get used to. I don't really know how to word it. But things just seem very different from what I thought they'd be. I mean, I still remember Rex's straight face and how he'd always suddenly crack everyone up with a joke out of nowhere, and how Faye said we'd be going to the next exhibit together after this mission. And now, they are gone. I can totally relate. People have a false sense of security about what they're getting into, thinking that they can just recall in the worst case scenario. But it is what it is, unfortunately, and life is the price we pay when you don't have backup plans to follow on. We came to recycle technology and cultural relics from the Golden Age, and it's a breeze, relatively speaking, if you compare that with what the task force is doing at the front lines. But you never know what's coming your way, and this time just so happens to be one of those days. This is probably just going to get more common down the road. I can submit a withdrawal request for you, though, if you're having a hard time adjusting. It happens, and the WGA is okay with that. No, that's not what I mean. I'm not quitting. Seeing that Orpheus had misinterpreted her intention, Anna quickly shakes her head in denial. I just think I'm not up to snuff yet. I thought I was ready and all, but... Isla has seen war once in Babylonia, with the remnants of ships afloat in the infinite expanse of the starry sky. A blast from a particle beam weapon instantly lights up the otherwise pitch-black sky. At the moment of beholding the same view as her dear friend, she thought they had an unspoken rapport established between them. Isla thought she'd understood her choice and her dream, and why her friend chose to leave without bidding farewell. And yet, she now sees that she knew nothing. When her friend was out at Hetero Space Station fighting the corrupted, Isla was sitting by a porthole, looking down from Babylonia, in the comfort of a greenhouse where gravity, humidity, and temperature had been adjusted to suitable levels. When she finally got a real taste of reality, however, her legs grew so numb that she wasn't even able to take a step forward. Our paths will be rectified so long as we portray the world as it truly is. This is what Isla seemed to have heard when she saw the space station awash in the debris of war. It was a secret message Selena left her, and was the answer that Isla's idealist of a friend had found at the end of her journey. And Isla thought it was a heavenly revelation, and that following her dear friend's path would take her to where she herself wanted to go. But when she saw the punishing torn world with her own eyes, and heard weapons thrust through corrupted. Hey, what are you doing? Just keep moving with whatever you're holding. Our mission is to send you back home safe, guys. So do us a favor and soldier on now. And when she saw all the blood-stained constructs in the eye and witnessed people she had only just befriended torn into pieces, she grew hesitant. She was not as brave as she thought she was. I wanted to see the world as it really is, and put what I come across into my work, which is why I decided to have myself turned into a construct and join the WGA. Creations like that are what I call real art. Except, it hit me that reality can't necessarily inspire people, and that reality might just be my own imagination of what it is. Because who's to say I'll be able to see the world in its entirety simply because I come down here, right? And I'm just thinking that I've probably been a little too naive this whole time. What do you think? People tend to regard something as higher truth if it, People tend to regard something as some higher truth if it revolutionizes their common sense. Does that hold true for this reality you're talking about too? I can't judge your feelings here, and I don't have an answer to your question. But there was this girl about your age, and I've been on several missions with her. On our way back from our first mission together, she entertained us with her favorite poem. He who mocks the infant's faith shall be mocked in age and death. In a gentle tone, Orpheus starts reciting the poem Isla knows by heart. He who teaches a child the doubts, the rotten grave shall he ne'er get out. This is one of Selena's favorite poems. He who respects the infant's faith triumphs over hell and death. He who doubts all he sees will never believe. Do what you please. I'm your recorders, witnesses, articulators, and creators. What we fight, we cannot see. Which is why people mock us and have a hard time imagining the purpose we serve. Except we do not know the purpose we serve, and it is a value that from which we will not back down. And I can see it in your eyes that you too wish to stand guard for that value. Which is why the WGA is honored to receive you with open arms, Isla. A moment. Just want to eat this real quick. Now that is slightly melted a little bit.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm back now. Having finished their mission, the archaeological team arrived at the human settlement. The settlement is built upon a deserted city, while a far cry from most conservation areas in terms of infrastructure. The settlement has proper mechanics in place that make life here possible. It's also fairly safe, with ground force permanently stationed around. With Babylonia's transport crafts still a good way out, the team has quite some time to spare in this settlement. Not that thought. Isla walks around the settlement, taking her time observing this place. It has been put together by the humans here, who built it with whatever they could get their hands on. When she looks into a simple tent, she sees an old mechanic pick out usable parts from a pile of mechanoid remains sent here by the ground force. Passing by a makeshift outdoor kitchen that's really just a cooking range put under an overhanging meat rack, she sees the chef cooking with ingredients she never even thought edible. She sees an old lady sewing an undershirt with a rusted needle, and a man sharpening his hunting instruments with waste parts. Isla beholds the sight quietly, her mind occupied by Orpheus's words from before. Eat this, you damn thing. Ugh. There are kids around taking turns being constructs and corrupted with twigs and make-believe. Hey, it's my turn to be a construct now. Hold on, it's my turn next. Boys will always be boys, eh? With the boys making noises, running all over the place, a girl catches Isla's attention. The girl sits quietly by herself at a wooden table with an open notebook in front of her, holding in her hand a hematite that's been cut into the shape of a strip. She watches it, which she draws with. Occasionally putting her hand under her chin, looking at her picture with a frown, the girl is fully focused on drawing. Millie says the words on the cloth badge sewn to her jacket. Isla walks up to the girl and strikes a conversation. Hey, I see you're drawing something. Isla can't be sure if Millie has heard her, as Millie keeps her eyes trained squarely on drawing in agitation. Seeing what's on the paper, however, Isla can't be sure how she would even begin to describe the drawing. What are you drawing? Turtles, says Millie as she points at a clump on the picture that seems to be anything but turtle-like. And there are birds and dogs, and I've got rabbits here too. Well, they certainly look very interesting. Thanks for not just saying I'm doing a bad job. The girl reads Isla like an open book. Hey, that's not true at all. Do you like to draw? Well, I guess so. My dad said he found this notebook and gave it to me. I just draw everything I see now, so I get to show him what I saw when he gets home. Patrick and Aaron said my drawings are terrible though, so I decided to stop playing with them. My dad said he used to draw all the time, but he's too busy to teach me. Well, do you want me to show you how then? Are you good? None of these people here can draw. Oh, but you're from Babylonia, right? Patrick said that constructs from Babylonia are amazing. Are you good at drawing too? Depends on the person, but I do know a thing or two about drawing. Well, here. I have about 70 empty pages left. Try not to use too many of them, though. Isla sits down beside Millie, ever so carefully. Millie passes Isla her notebook and the hematite crayon. Any idea what you want me to draw? Are you okay with drawing anything? As long as it's something common enough, like kitties or puppies. I'm good with plants like dandelions and hyacinths, too. Oh, can you draw me a hydrangea, then? What? A hydrangea? I only know the name of the flower, but I have never seen it. There was another construct from Babylonia that brought me some hydrangea seeds. She told me hydrangeas have these beautiful blue flowers when they bloom. Have you seen hydrangeas? Are they really that pretty? Isla nods with a smile at Millie, who's looking at her excitedly.
Well, I guess you can say I have, and yes, they're pretty when they bloom. Except Ayla has never seen an actual hydrangea, other than in the pictures that she came across at Babylonia's education center, which struggles with what little resources it has to raise all the plants it has the pictures for. Ayla, however, decides to give it a try anyway, hoping her attempt would give the Millie a glimpse into a world she's never seen before. Uneven all over with a dull tip, the hematite crayon Ayla is holding hardly makes a convenient tool to draw with. With a tool as unsuitable as this and a lack of proper instructions, Ayla cannot imagine anyone making a can't imagine anyone making meaningful progress at all drawing on their own. Now, let's add a bit here, and that should do it, I think. Ayla shows Millie her finished work. Wow, this is amazing. It looks so real. A hydrangea is really this pretty. Well, this is based on what I remember of it, and I'm sure it's different from how you imagined it because it's not even blue. But just wait until you see a real hydrangea in your garden. I'm sure it'll be a lot prettier than the one I drew. And drawing is not as difficult as it seems, as I'm sure you realize after seeing me draw just now. To start with, this is what you need to do. Ayla shows Millie her ways, which Millie quickly picks up. Where did you learn all these? I have never thought about any of the things you said just now. So where did you learn all this stuff? Did you have a teacher who taught you this in Babylonia? I'm from the WGA. It's an organization at Babylonia. People from WGA are experts in art, and that's where I picked up a lot of what I know about drawing. WGAA? What's art, anyway? Well, art is... Ayla decides not to bombard the kid with the technical definition of art. She knows like the back of her hand. Let me see, Millie. What makes you want to show your work to your dad? Well, because my dad is always happy when I share my drawings with him. I just want to show him what I see and do out here every day, because he's hardly even at home. Well, hardly ever at home. I think that's a beautiful reason for you to keep drawing. To me, at least, art is something that's created with motivations like that. Drawing, dancing, writing a novel, or poetry are just some examples of art. And there were also movies and manga back in the Golden Age. Manga? Manga! Wait, I'll be right back. Moments later, Millie comes back with a booklet. This is what you call a manga, right? Because that's what my dad calls it too. Millie gives the paper back to Ayla. It's an old one. Its pages have yellowed from time, but not so much that Ayla has trouble reading what's in it. Is this from Beautiful Angel? The manga is a series that gained traction during the Golden Age, based on anime and toys that came before the series itself. By the same author that drew Cardman Rider. The girls in the story are amazing! They transform into these beautiful ladies with magical powers and rough up the bad guys. I remember reading a few of these at Babylonia's education center when I was a kid, and boy was I addicted. Those were good times. Really? I'm so jealous. This is the only one I have. I've read it so many times already, but Dad said he can't find another one. Can I borrow one from you? I can, trade yours with this one. I would love to help, but I think they only have a few copies in Babylonia, and I don't think I can even take them out. Oh, no, but I really want to find out what happens next. At the end of the series, the two protagonists are chosen as beautiful angels by the fairy to fight the monsters. The two become friends because and started their journey from there. The story stops there, leaving many craving for a sequel. Well, works like this have never received much attention from the WGA. These obviously have more business value than they do art value, but I don't think it hurts to preserve them. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be able to draw something like this, right? Millie thinks out loud, stopping Ayla in her tracks. You're suggesting that I draw manga? Yep, you like it too, right? I've never tried it, and it requires a totally different set of skills and knowledge. I would be really happy if you could do that for me. No, I'd be more than happy to help you with anything you ever need me to. Millie suddenly lowers her head, seemingly having realized that she's asking for a difficult favor. Hey, here you are, Ayla. Time to get moving. Transport craft is here and we're set to go in 10 minutes. Oh, gotcha. Oh, are you leaving? Yes, I'm going back to Babylonia. I see. Well, guess I'll see you next time then. I mean, I don't know when's that's gonna be, but my dad said he's going to take me to a new conservation area in a few months. I think it's going to be really far from here. I hope you have a safe flight home. Thank you, Millie. Having bid farewell to Millie, Isla makes her way to the transport craft with Orpheus. Did you have fun hanging around with the kids? Not kids, just her. I happened to see her by herself. Most of us from the archaeological team choose to avoid having any contact with the people in the conservation areas, though. All because we're not the task force. People living on Earth think all constructs from Babylonia are superheroes, but we all know that can't be further from the truth. See, we're nothing without the task force help. Say, how would you define art? Whoa, caught me by surprise there. Well, let's see. It's not clear-cut, and it depends on which theory you buy into. To me, art is something that's both within and out of our reach. There is this famous author who once wrote in his diary that he decided that one must love and work, and that's it. But then the day after he wrote, he was tired, and didn't love and didn't work. He always felt lost in life and doubted the weight of his own words. But he kept going, and his work has become a time-honored part of human civilization. We'll probably never reach his heights, and what we do now might not amount to anything at all. But still Isla has her own reasons to press forth. She can't say with certainty that nothing will ever change. For all she knows, she might have a change of mind tomorrow. And she also realizes that her persistence might not take her closer to the answer she came seeking, that she'll never be able to see the impact of her work has down the road in this lifetime of hers, and that she'll never be able to find out about whether she does serve a higher purpose. What happened today might happen again and again and again and again. She's going to find herself torn apart and put back together. Still, she regrets that she's not chosen this path with a belief so naive. Much like how Millie is excited to show her father her drawings and how she desires to find out what happens next in the manga series. I'll be right back. Isla, where are you going? Without answering, Isla turns around and goes back the way they came. Huh? Hey, thank God you're still around. Did you forget something? Yes, I did, and it's very important. Technically, Isla is now at eye level with Millie. My name's Isla, and I'm from Babylonia's WGAA. Can I borrow your manga? It'll be really helpful when I draw a sequel. This is Isla. She points at the manga from the Golden Age. Oh. It takes a few moments for Isla's words to sink in. Really? Are you going to do that for me? Yep, here. That's pinky swear. I can't draw it right now, but I'll get to it when I'm back at Babylonia. The girls are going to be the bad guys, become great friends, and save the world together. Oops, forgot to remind you of a spoiler alert there, but hey, who knows what's going to happen, right? So stay tuned. But I probably won't even be around when you're done. It's fine, I'll come find you. I'll go through all the conservation areas there are until I find you. Isla realizes that this is probably not a promise she'll be able to keep. Still, it's not a promise she regrets making. And when I do, I'll give you your manga back, along with the new one I will draw for you. I promise. Renaissance du Fantastique. Chapter 22. Baldo Morin de la Galette. A new generation of actors going on the stage. Collins! Not again! Or WGA chairman's? Oh, no, so then this is Alan's office, I guess. Alan sits before his table, his terminal projecting a virtual screen that shows an encrypted message. Alan stares quietly at the garbled letters and numbers until a few knocks come from the door. Come on in. Good morning, sir. What are you looking at? Hey, Leonie. I've been trying to crack this email that arrived in my inbox for the past few days. I would just ask one of those guys from the Science Council to do that, unless, of course, you happen to know a thing or two about cryptography yourself, sir. I'm not completely unfamiliar with it. and it's more fun when you do it yourself. It could be a message from the future or some extraterrestrial being, or maybe it'll point us toward treasures some Golden Age art master left behind. Or it might just be a practical joke, but I guess that's just right up your alley now. Well, how can I help you today? You guys are working hard, or hardly working. People can't wait to see exhibits and performances again. I've asked our new hires to take care of those, though I'm actually here to speak with you about Isla today. I have Kaleido's details here. With the Science Council's approval and mine compatibility taken care of, Kaleido is good to go, theoretically speaking. The electronic file Leonie has sent Alan details the specifications and all sorts of parameters on Kaleido. Doing better than what I was hoping to see. This is WGA's hope for the next few decades. I hope it's going to shine like a newborn star. How is everything coming along with Iris Warbler, by the way? They're still trying to finalize their member list. CC added a few extra steps to the procedure because people are getting sent all over the place these days. But Isla is most likely going to be the captain of the team. It's no easy feat, but Kaleido made it in time, huh? With all due respect, sir, but I fail to see why we're putting together a team with such a similar style when Isla is already doing so well on the archaeological team. Well, essentially, it's because she came to me with a request for a new frame after the battle at Tedero Space Station. She had done everything she could, only that she was lacking on the most fundamental level. And looking back now, I guess the idea of forming a new team has been sitting in the back of my mind as far back as when she took over Selena's place and came to the WGA. The archaeological team is good for her, but I want to give both Isla and the WGA a new stage on which to shine. Task Force is a complicated place, and it's got all sorts of different thoughts and credos. The military itself is worse, and I'm sure there are people out there now who just can't say a thing or two about this new team. Still, it's only when she's put in a spot like this that she gets to cross paths with people she otherwise wouldn't have, and form something that's greater than the sum of its parts. Now, I know she's going to struggle, but I trust that she has it in her to shine through. I've seen promising qualities in Isla's dear friend, and not a day has gone by that I have not regretted failing to make those great qualities count as WGA's chairman. Mankind is seeing a future for the first time in God only knows how long, which is why I want to make a bet, with Iris Warbler as my chips. It's not without risks, of course. We might not end up with nothing, but it'll be a step into the future. Having traversed a few buildings and hallways, Wells now finds himself standing by the door of a task force meeting room. When he lets himself in, he sees the person waiting for him. Seeing Wells, the young commandant inside rises immediately to salute him. Seeker from Task Force reporting for duty, BST 0900. How are you doing, sir? Thank you for coming out at this hour, Commandant. How's everything coming along with the team you've been leading? Freezing momentarily at Wells's question, Seeker gives her answer. They've been released from the team, sir. Jessica and Randolph have been sent to Red Scorpion to fill the vacancies of their lost members. As for George, he joined Pelican and is now out on a surface mission. And I myself am currently on standby at Babylonia waiting for Central Command to notify me of my new assignment. Excuse me. Seeker sounds understandably upset, but because to commandants having their team dissolved and reassigned is not unlike having the command center directly criticize them for their lack of leadership. Making headway there, I see. They have my best wishes wherever they go, of course. Sir, I understand that I'm just getting my feet wet, and I'm still a far cry from some of the best commandants we have here. But still, I saw potential in Potadai, and all I needed was just a bit more time too. It was an appropriate decision that came out of the staff's evaluation regarding team performances. Randolph, Jessica, and George are obviously excellent constructs with respectable experiences under their belt, but as a whole, Potadai left much to be desired as an elite battle squad. which is why assigning them to teams in desperate need of new members was the most logical course of action to take. Every soldier needs to shine with their best potential, and making that possible for them is the primary principle on which we base our assignment decisions. Yes, sir. I understand that I have nothing but my own lack of leadership to blame for failing to bring out the best of my team in the battles we've been through. But I've learned a great deal from Vanessa ever since, and with that, I'm ready to redeem myself. Come next battle, I'm certain that I'll be able to. Sika. Wells, cuts are short. You see Kane as your goal, don't you? Well, I kept a close watch on your academic performance as a tactical instructor for your class. And despite all the objections the higher-ups at FOS had about your qualifications as a chief of your class, I, for one, didn't find anything out of place about it. Both Grey Ravens and Strikehawks commandants graduated as the chiefs of their classes, and both their own squads went on to become the legends people know them as today. Everyone has such high hopes for you and hopes to see you shine as the next legend because you're the first chief from FOS to have applied to the task force after the two of them who graduated at the top of their class. Okay, so basically she's pretty much the first. Well, actually no, there could have been some other people in between, but basically, considering the time frame things, it's possible that she's the first one of the set of graduates after Chrome and us to apply to FOS as a chief. But that leads me to imply that there's probably at least been one or two graduating classes beforehand. Interesting. Some from the Parliament wanted to vouch for you, thinking that you, a rookie, would be able to do things in a way they deem appropriate, which is something they can't ask of the wild horse that's Kane. At the same time, they also hoped your existence would serve to encourage your younger generation of Apollonia, not only would it mean a bigger reserve for the military, but also more votes for themselves. Hence your immediate assignment to Apotide right after graduation. But with great expectations, of course, comes massive responsibility. Be it Chrome or Kane, they didn't get to where they are today because they are chiefs, except people tend to believe there is a casual relationship because of all that Chrome and Kane have achieved. Let me be straight here. You will not become the second Chrome or the second Kane. From what I see in your talent, potential, and performance, it seems highly unlikely for that to happen. This is not to say that you will not excel as a commandant. You have a strong mind beacon and managed to stay uninfected when the Hedera Tower came up, which is extraordinary. Except you split up from your team at the battle from the get-go, when you could have fought much more effectively had you stayed with them. So, there is that, and given Apotide's performance over the past half a year, we just didn't think it made any sense for us to continue holding such a high bar over your team. I wouldn't say you're to blame, though, because the chemistry between commandants and their team members does play a big role in the team's performance, too. Nonetheless, the job of a commandant is to bring out the best in the team. FOS might have taught us a lot of theories, but knowledge remains nothing more than knowledge. The commandant cannot effectively formulate a strategy in accordance with the ever-changing battlefield, and vice versa, of course. Is this you speaking based on the staff's principles, sir? I've been part of the staff for far too long to say my logic is free of their influence. But everything I said just now, I didn't say it as the chief of staff, but as one of your teachers from FOS, if you will. You'll not figure out what you really want going down a path walked by someone else. Yes, of course, sir. I'll keep everything you said in mind. I know I can be a little naggy sometimes, but old habits die hard, huh? Anyhow, that's that. Let's get down to why we're here today. We're here today to talk about your assignment to your next team. As far as reassignment goes, you'll normally expect a notice of reassignment to be sent your way from Central Command, except the team you'll be assigned to is still under review, and the decisions regarding its members are only tentative. Now, having taken everything into account, I believe you'd make a good fit for the team's commandant. And I also believe you'd have a great deal to learn from the team's captain, given your proximity and age. I beg your pardon? Well, I guess I'll let the person in charge take the floor from here. Someone knocks on the door, right after which a man with a friendly smile walks in. It sure has been quite a while, Wells. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. My name is Alan, and I'm WGAA's chairman and Iris Warbler's organizer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sika. Okay. Moments of darkness later, her visual module is back and running. Sitting up in the medical pod, the construct turns to look at the white-haired woman, who is now wearing a somewhat disturbing smile. Hey there, Vesalius. We're done with your routine treatments, Orichalcum. Guess this is the last time I'll be seeing you here. I was hoping you'd call me Trojan at least once. Says the female construct with a wry smile. And I was hoping you'd spit out something smarter from that mouth of yours, Orichalcum. Well, but I guess your mind is probably too damaged. Come on, I just thought we'd be on first name terms by now. Trojan, eh? Ignoring what Vesalius said, Trojan gets out of the medical pod. Huh. Your mind is 26.13% permanently damaged. Considering the limitations of your frame, there's no way we can bring this number down any further. It's a miracle you're still alive at all with such severe damage, and the frame's infection from the punishing has affected its ability and damaged your memory from that period. Unless we get you a new frame, it's not without risk, of course, but I just want to see if we could run a little interesting experiment on you. Well, even if I can't recall what happened, they probably got backup copies at Babylonia anyway. Although I'm sure they're all classified at this point. Oh, like I care. Noticing that Trojan is looking this way, Vesalius remarks coldly. The only reason I helped you fix your mind is because I was part of the team that developed Orichalcum. You were part of the very first batch of military constructs, but I've been able to get some very useful data off you nonetheless. That's a shame. Seeing Vesalius' rejection coming from even before she made her request, Trojan shrugs with another wry smile. You only happen your progress as a construct if you don't let go of your past. Though that's something you'd have known by now after spending all this time with Corona. Well, I guess I'm just not quite there yet. Trojan says self-mockingly as she stretches. Permanent damage of 26.13%. Let's pretend for a second that my inward device and mind beacon granted me permanent immunity to infection. Are you sure that I am still any good to you people? And I have a much lower synchronization rate and can't fight as effectively as I was able to before. Look, if you weren't, you would have found yourself torn apart and dumped away at the recycling station now. I'm just saying, you know. But with the super CPF we have now, I'm sure the task force is going to have a much easier time doing what they do. And I don't suppose the elite squad wants to take an old bag for such a negative track record. Unless, of course, Corona is trying to sell me off to my old boss for cheap. You're not going to tell me you miss your days back at Norman Mining Corps now, are you? I'd be happy to keep you around as a guinea pig, though. But that's not my decision to make. See, they are trying to... Actually, forget it. I'm not getting myself involved in this. By the way, you happen to be interested in art? Says Vesalius with a smile that seems even more evil now. On Earth and around an area of ruins within the zone of influence of the Inver Hydro Tower. A slender, silver-haired male construct hides behind a dilapidated wall, an arrow swooshing past and driving him to the ground by his foot. A split second later, the bomb in the arrowhead explodes with a near-splitting bang. The construct dodges sideways in time, just in time to avoid the explosion before turning back to shoot an arrow at his pursuer. Diesel! Judging by the sound of a muffled explosion from afar, the construct knows that his attack has been dodged too. Knowing it's only a matter of time before his pursuer catches up again, he heads into the depths of the ruins. Give me a break already. Guess Babylonia really enjoys hunting down defectors, huh? Did I give myself away back when I did that thing I didn't have to? Never thought I'd get to experience such a private treat. Construct from Babylonia has been trying to hunt Teasel down for the past few months. She's not from Purifying Force, but given her persistence, Teasel can almost be sure that she'll be back for him again even if he shakes her off. Yes, I wouldn't be dealing with this had I stuck together with the Ascendants. But freedom is too steep a price to pay in exchange for shelter. Oh, I'd rather you stick together than I could get rid of you all at once. Diesel dodges out of the way before a metallic arrow could hit him. The arrow rams into a wall, its fletching, threatening to burst from the reaction force. The shot was deadly, so much so that the arrow hit Teasel. It would have gone straight through his armor and killed him if he had not been infected by the punishing. I'd surrender now if I were you, Teasel. Arisa. Says a female construct with light purple hair as she walks out from behind a wall. With the string on her bow at full draw, she is ready to send the arrow flying straight at Teasel, as if he so much as dares to move a finger. That bow you're holding there. You're not going to blame the weapon for your own skill issue, are you? Well, I was just wondering, if I'd find a woman with the same kind of hairstyle and color as yours despicable. And do me a favor, stop calling me Teasel. That's not the name I go by anymore. You think I came all this way to here to chit-chat? Tell me where the other defectors are, and I'll just spare your life for you to make an appearance at the court-martial. Haha. So you think they're going to give me an open and fair trial for what I have done if they catch me, huh? No, they aren't, because they'd die to get their hands on a Tristan that they can use as a puppet. Coming from Strikehawk is an exception, but you, Teasel from Egret, won't be so lucky. They're just going to lock me up in some ground headquarters and cut me up piece by piece, day and night for their research. Is that what you want from me? That's a bunch of nonsense, you pathetic Pathetic? And what makes you think you're one to talk when you don't even know you're being toyed around? Says Teasel with a smile as he flips a switch in his hand. What are you? Before the construct finishes her sentence, Teasel activates the electromagnetic trap he set up beforehand, sending a powerful shock through her body that paralyzes her. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. You seem to be in an interesting position yourself, and it'd be a shame to kill someone who has potential to pass the filtering. What are you talking about? There's no point in being here any longer, so I'm going to have to talk with our Miss Rookie first. Farewell, and let's hope we get to work together next time we see each other. You never know. Damn it. Construct watches Teasel leave, unable to stop him. Three hours later, the electromagnetic trap finally becomes ineffective. Work together? Cut the crap. Her body numb, she's on the ground, gasping for air. Help us. Ugh. She rubs her head, waiting for her mind to fully recover from the paralysis. Got away again. She thought she could at least catch at least one defector from within the period the Commander Nicola has set. Now, the intel from the Purifying Force is all wasted. She's not originally a member of the Purifying Force. It was only because of her reception for the defectors that compelled her to take this mission off the hands of the busy Purifying Force. Her legs are still numb. She gives up on trying to stand and lay down on the ground instead. The Aquamarine Inverhedra Tower reflects on the horizon. The huge tower is like a mirage silently looming over all on the ground. No matter how many times she looks up at it, she still could not believe this miracle happened in reality. Grey Raven. Her personal terminal rings. At this timing, she raises her hands up in the air as if surrendering. Pushing herself upright, she starts to read the message. New squad transfer notice. Warning, if you continue to ignore this transfer arrangement, Command Center will deploy the Purifying Forces to track you back to Babylonia. Military disciplinary actions will be taken. Squad, what a farce. Whatever, the only thing she could do right now is to obey. She smiles bitterly with a tinge of helplessness as she continues to scroll through the message. You are to be transferred to Iris Warbler. Babylonia, WGA. That's enough for today, Kane. Following the girl's voice, your consciousness passes through a long corridor of darkness back into reality. I'll analyze the whale song we collected today together with Leonie later. As usual, I'll send you the results afterward. Thank you, Isla. I'm the one who should be thanking you. That time with Hamlet was already a close call. On top of that, you only just recovered. I hope we can find Selena soon. After using Capriccio and Hamlet to verify the possibility of a remote connection, we would often visit the WGA to help Isla search for whale song signals on Earth. This is not an easy process, although you are the best choice for performing a remote connection with Selena. You were only able to do so back then thanks to the help of Hamlet. It is not an easy feat to replicate. Even when you are able to establish a temporary and unstable remote connection, most you can capture are enigmatic noises. There is not much that is actually useful. Moreover, you are commandant of the task force. You cannot visit the WGA every day. At the very least, you have to spend more time on the Star of Life than the WGA. Has progress been slow lately? Rather than slow, I'd say no progress at all. The area we can locate relying on whale songs is limited. Even if we use the technology of the Science Council, we still cannot increase the accuracy of it. And the whale songs are usually delayed. There's around a month's gap between the emission of the song and its capture and analysis. By the time the results are available, it's often too late to conduct surface searches. At least I've tried over a dozen times and I've never succeeded. If possible, I'd like to send a message back to Selena from Babylonia, but it has never worked for some reason. Must have been hard. I sometimes wonder, why is she even wandering on Earth? Why couldn't she just stop for a while and let me catch up? Has she already forgotten me? Forgotten everything we've been through? Isla. Truthfully speaking, if we cannot improve the accuracy of the positioning system, the chances of actually finding Selena are close to zero. My friends at the WGA never said it out loud, but I'm pretty sure they tried to convince me to give up. To be honest, I'm not doing this under the impression that I'll definitely be able to find her. The data doesn't lie. I just can't ignore that and be 100% confident in what I'm doing. But even after so long, I still don't want to give up. No matter how she is now, no matter how different she is from the Selena in my memories, no matter why she is wandering on Earth, I just want her to know that there is a place she can always come home to here. All I have now is not even a wish, but merely a reception. You won't be wrong to call me stubborn. Me too, Isla. Also, if you do find her, I'll have to let her know all the hardship she's put us through. I won't shut up about it for 3 months. No, at least half a year. The pink-haired girl smiles fondly. By the way, Isla seems to have recalled something. You are still sitting in the connection pod when she moves closer. Bends down and places the back of her hand on your forehead. No fever or anything. Looks like you're right as rain. Or right as rain, as some people might say. Hey! Okay, I'm sorry about that. Your vitals are shown on the screen, but I just wanted to confirm myself. I'm used to it. That's the most worrying part. You nod helplessly at Isla's persistent attitude, removing the electrodes on your chest, and taking off the remote connection device. You stand up from the connection pod. Your gaze wanders. The huge theatrical set of Hamlet is connected to the connection pod you were just in. It's mostly thanks to the data harvested from Hamlet last time that you're able to help Isla. Isla and Leanie from the WGA have performed some technical upgrades to Hamlet, allowing it to capture whale song signals on the surface more easily and visualize the information. It is a shame not only you can see its messages. Due to the remote connection restrictions on human consciousness protection mechanism of Hamlet, you wouldn't have forgotten most of the messages by the time you return to reality. As if you had a dream, but you cannot recall anything from it, your memories slipping away through your fingers like sand. Every time you can recover from this state of immersion, it would leave you feeling helpless for quite some time. Isla continues to find and organize useful parts of the whale song on the terminal. This has been her life for the past few years since Selena disappeared, and no one knows how long it will still go on for. Grasping onto the tiny threads of hope, she frantically searches for hints of her dear friend. She must have experienced countless failures, countless disappointments, and countless moments of helplessness. Even so, she has yet to despair. Being able to smile every day while sustaining this obsession, where does her motivation come from? Right. After spacing out and staring blankly at Isla for a while, you gather your wandering thoughts and ask about something else you noticed. Isla, what's with this frame? The frame Isla is using today is not her usual brilliance frame. Compared to brilliance, this frame is more refined, It also looks more like the combat frames used by the task force. There are still bits of extravagance to its design. It is clear that Isla had a hand in designing this frame. Oh, you mean Kaleido? Just passed the consciousness adaptation test. I'm just testing it out and calibrating as I go. Feels quite different from your previous frame. Of course. This was made in reference to the task force construct data. Kaleido is more focused on the combat aspect, although it's nothing compared to the specialized frames Lucia and others have. It is the work of the most talented designer of the WGA, so that counts for something. Lynn even bragged about it in front of Asimov when I went to do the consciousness adaptation test at the Science Council. It's just that I might have been able to help you with the Hetero Tower if this frame had been finished earlier. It's the thought that counts. But why a combat-focused frame? So that I can battle, of course. Isla throws a few punches in the air to demonstrate. Well, I guess I just want to be prepared, just in case. Brilliance is a good frame, but I feel it lacks in some departments if I'm to officially carry out missions on Earth. You're joining the task force? I guess you can say that. More precisely, it's a new squad founded with the help of the WGA. On paper, it belongs to the task force. A new squad? Oh, you don't know, Commandant? Then let me tell you more. In the past, the archaeological missions of the WGA were carried out by teams with members from both the task force and the archaeological team. As the constructs on the archaeological team are not made for combat, they require the protection of the task force. It has always been like this, until Selena disappeared. The chairman has been trying to remedy the situation since then. He's been thinking if we can form a specialist squad with a command like the task force does for more dangerous missions, maybe we can lower the chances of these incidents from happening. And recently, probably due to the successful reversal of the Hetero Tower, his idea is becoming a reality. After all, the WGA is responsible for achieving scientific technology from the Golden Age. With the increase of search area, these kinds of missions are rising in importance. And the chairman even agreed to a bunch of extra conditions such as paying for all the expenses of running the team and deepening our cooperation with the Science Council. Anyway, they finalized the squad, and I'll of course be part of it as a representative of the WGA. Need to show some support, am I right? So your new frame was developed specially for that. To be precise, I've been wanting a new frame ever since that space station mission. That incident helped me understand that intentions alone are not enough to achieve something. When in a pinch, even artists have to pick up a sword rather than a brush. They've all done it. Monet, Vershagin, even Vlaminck. Or Vlamink. Isla pats her own chest with confidence. It looks like she is already prepared for the future. You have to admit that there are times when you envy Isla's optimistic personality. Okay. Do I know the other members? Maybe you'll have heard of the Commandant. You know what? I can introduce them to you later if you want to meet them, Commandant. All of a sudden, your personal terminal on your wrist rings, interrupting Isla. Commandant, it's almost time. The survey mission in Area B around the Hetero Tower starts tomorrow. I haven't seen you around all morning. Where have you been? Liv and I could come escort you to the war room if you need. No, thank you. I'll be right there. Ending your conversation with Lucio, you stand apologetically toward Isla. I guess they don't call you the Ace of Babylonia for nothing, Commandant. You're always so busy. It used to be worse. Well then, we'll have to leave the introductions till next time. I'll definitely bring them over to Greyhaven's lounge. But I would have expected you to let your team members know your plan. Why didn't you? It's a realization, taking Isla's smile, making it look meaningful. I just don't want them to worry. You did not hide your schedule on purpose, but ever since you last got discharged from the hospital, the members of Greyhaven, especially Liv, have been very strictly monitoring your health situation. Even pulling an all-nighter would be met with a cold shoulder. If you tell Liv that you've been going to the WGA and attempting special remote connections, you shudder at the thought. I'll see you later then, Isla. I guess the next time we'll meet is after the mission. Oh, wait a second, Commandant. Yes? You have to leave when Isla runs over to you. She extends her arms and pulls you into a hug. What's wrong? Confusion hits you together with this ambush of hers, but Isla does not pay any mind to To your slightly embarrassed expression, she holds her eyes and continues to hug you close. She only lets go after 10 seconds or so. Alright, that should do it. What? I just wanted to express my gratitude to you, Commandant. And I guess to encourage myself. No need to mind, Commandant. You're going to be late if you don't get going soon. Ticking clock on your personal terminal urges you to hurry. Leave the WGA before you can thoroughly think about the meaning of the hug. You pass by a young woman in the corridor. She looks familiar, but since you're running out of time, you have no choice but to rush past her. Was that? Last time we met, I was quite nervous back then. I must have left a bad impression. Why the long face? Startled by a low voice next to her ear, Sika turns to find a female construct with short purple and blue hair speaking to her. You are? Trojan. Mind number BPO-74. If I'm not mistaken, you're my new commandant, right? Trojan? Hello, I'm Sika. I'll be temporarily taking on the role of Iris Warbler, commandant. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Is that so? Polite and young. A bit too young, in my opinion. I was heading to the WGA to find the captain. That's why you're here as well, isn't it? Oh, yes, that's right. Are you not going to say hi to that commandant? It seemed like you wanted to. No, now's not the time. We should meet up with Isla. Let's go, Trojan. The WGA is just up ahead. Okay. The art of painting. A few days later at the WGA, two new faces occupy Isla's studio. Commandant Sika and Trojan, who are part of the newly formed Iris Warbler, have been undergoing emergency art training with the help of Captain Isla. Never thought I'd be holding a paintbrush of all things. This is like some activity at a retirement home, learning new skills with young volunteers. I don't know what to feel. Sika and Trojan sits in front of carefully positioned fruit and flowers with a sketchbook on their laps. Oh, come now, Trojan. There are a few artists who only started painting in their autumn of life back in the Golden Age, though that doesn't undermine their achievements. Isla quietly sneaks up behind them and looks at their mostly finished pieces. Trojan's sketchbook is filled with messy lines. It also does not seem like her drawing skills have improved the past few days, but Isla still insists that she has potential. It's a good pastime, I guess. Even things like authenticating antiques were popular entertainment back in the Golden Age. Other than painting, Isla has taken them to the archive of the WGA, where artworks and artifacts from the Golden Age before are stored. I think I now understand why the old folks back then loved to bid on these in the antiquity market. Oh, I read about that. I heard Chairman Alman used to be really good at that when he was young. Too good, in fact, that he was banned from a few of those shops. I'm glad you two are enjoying these activities. Our squad is a bit unique compared to other squads, so these are essential skills. The establishment of Iris Warbler seems to be linked to the surface reconstruction plans. I've asked the senior constructs on the archaeological team, and they say determining the protection value of things is part of their missions. And I also think it's necessary training for us, which is why I requested it. Trojan sneaks a peek at Sika's sketch. Even though the two of them started learning from Isla at the same time, it is obvious that Sika has improved far more than her. You're very sensitive to lines, Sika. Have you done this before? The FOS taught us the basics in drawing since we need to draw things like missile trajectories and defense deployment diagrams. Oh right, since we're here, may I ask you to demonstrate for us, Isla? I really want to see how someone from the WGA like you usually creates. I heard that you're quite the famous artist. I'm also curious how a painting can be sold for 1 million black cards in Babylonia. As to how a painting can be sold? Well, I had to keep myself alive somehow. To tell the truth, I also didn't wish for my paintings to be sold at such high prices. I don't really understand what goes on in those collectors' minds. But I needed new brushes, and the WGA needed funds for its operation, so I guess I was doing my part as a member. That's very realistic. Well, I guess we could end today's lesson like this. Isla nods and takes out her easel. After positioning the drawing board, she clips onto a piece of drawing paper. She completely shifts into work mode as she puts on her beret. Taking out all the necessary drawing tools from her toolbox, Isla starts creating her masterpiece based on the items Sika had been sketching. Hey, live 2D scene. She drafts simply in pencil and blends her colors, with her palette in one hand and paintbrush in the other. She blesses the monochromatic lines with colors of the rainbow. A bit of this here and some there. That looks about right. The paintbrush dances across the paper, leaving trails in the spectrum on it. In the blink of an eye, a lifelike painting is born out of the overlapping colors in this little square of white. Seeing how Sika and Trojan were captivated by her creation process, Isla starts to explain. The shape, colors, and lighting, those are the basic components of a drawing, and it is exactly these three things which have caused famous painters to dedicate their whole lives to art. Although that's the principle of things, it doesn't mean you'll create a masterpiece just by drawing the most accurate shapes, blending the most precise tones, and analyzing the most scientific lighting. Critics love to theoretically analyze different layouts and usage of colors by painters, but when a painter sits in front of their canvas and picks up their brush, techniques are definitely not what makes the painting. It may be cliché, but the most important thing that makes a good painting is probably the creator's thoughts. What they want to show, convey, and achieve. Painters are motivated to pick up the brush again and again by these desires. It isn't just for painting, music, drama, literature, and dancing. I think it applies to other areas of art as well. Oh right, I don't think of all I said as something deep though. What do you mean? Even in Babylonia, learning art is considered a luxury by many. Quite a few people have voiced their displeasure, saying that the WGA is wasting the government's money doing useless research. After all, art and music can't defeat corrupted descendants. But art does not exist to be a castle in the air. It should be worshipped by the people. Rather, it should be a part of life, something within reach. Even when war rages on, art should not be a luxury limited to only a lucky few. I want everyone to know that creating art is not some mysterious magic. What you two were doing just now is also a kind of creation. I think that is one of the WGA's purposes of existence. A lot of members are working hard toward this goal. With that, Isla paints her last stroke on this spontaneous piece. Purpose and goal, huh? No need to overcomplicate things. At the end of the day, I'd just like to paint. And if others are interested in what I like to do, then I'm happy. Looks like you're getting along well. A middle-aged man with long gray hair appears at the doorway. God knows how long he has already been standing there. He smiles at the three and enters the studio. I'm not sorry for not noticing you sooner, Chairman Allen. This isn't the army, Sika. No need to be so formal. Chairman of the WGA? My name's Trojan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'd like to thank you for including me in a potential members list for the new squad. I wasn't the only one responsible for picking out the members. It was decided with regard to opinions from various places. It is my honor to have a veteran construct such as yourself join the team. Is that what Vesalius told you? But compared to the other places, I guess this is more suitable for me at the moment. Oh, I hope everyone feels like that. Was there an emergency, Chairman? It's a bit complicated, and I will explain in detail afterward. But simply put, you three are about to go on your first mission as a team. How is it? Can you get a more detailed analysis report? No, due to an unknown electromagnetic signal disruption, we will not be able to obtain more precise information if we don't deploy the task force to survey the area. Signal disruption. Can you find out the source? Also, have there any been attempts at communication? We've tried sending commonly encrypted radio waves, but we have yet to receive a response. According to the high-definition photos taken by our drone, this area does not display human activity. On the contrary, though little in amounts, we have detected mechanoid activity in the city. Corrupted mechanoids? Impossible! This area is still under the influence of the Hydro Tower. Even if there was a punishing virus there before, the concentration of the virus should have dropped to a safe level now. Wells, what's wrong? Coming in belated, Hassan asked Wells. What's this current situation with the abnormal signals and satellites detected before? One can only assume right now, without a survey report from the task force on the front line. We're still trying to decrypt the signal, but one thing we can be sure of is that this encryption method is not used by any known forces on the surface, nor is it something from the Golden Age. Could it be the Ascendants? They can control the virus, so it's not unusual for them to operate in no viral intensity zones. That is a possibility, but they did not appear in the Hero Tower battle before. What would they be trying to achieve by sending us a signal from somewhere like that at this time? No matter who it is, the fact that we cannot decrypt this means we shouldn't let our guard down. And from what we can see in the videos taken by the drones, we need to immediately deploy the task force to investigate this area. Where's Commander Nicola? We think that this kind of mission should be carried out by elite squads like Cerberus or Karibu. Graven and Strikehawk can also be considered if we don't need to confidentiality. Well, if we don't have a need for confidentiality. Nicola is currently organizing the general survey work of the surrounding Hetero Tower, so he doesn't have time to take care of this. And all the squads you've just mentioned are already carrying out missions in their respective areas. Considering the casualty rates of the task force in the Hetero Tower battle, a lot of squads are still recovering. To tell the truth, there are not many who are available right now. What about Simon's Dark Ares? It's already past the observation period of Noan and Simon have already recovered from the confusion brought on by the Hetero Tower. Palma and Lillian seem to be doing fine as well. Noan is a bit of a special case. If we cannot say for sure this is related to the Ascendants, then it's best not to send Dark Ares on a mission on the surface. You have a point. In that case, even though this isn't technically their job, maybe the Purifying Force could. No need to stress, Wells. Don't worry, don't we have a newly formed squad that ticks all the boxes? Are you referring to the one with the member from the WGA? Iris Warbler is still under probation, and its members are just provisional. How's that ticking all the boxes? Is that so? It's a perfect squad, in my opinion. Even though Captain Isla is from the WGA, she has sufficient experience on the surface and has aided the task force on numerous occasions. Trojan is a veteran construct who has been serving Babylonia since the start. While the last one may be inexperienced, Nicola seems to think highly of her. As for the Commandant, an FOS chief handpicked by you, even experienced squads pale in comparison to this team setup. You can't be serious, President Hassan. But, most importantly, this was requested by the chairman of the WGA. Alan, he requested for Iris Warbler to take on this mission. That's right, General. Alan enters the room under Wells's bewildered gaze. Following behind him are the three members of Iris Warbler, with Isla as their lead. I think Iris Warbler is the most suitable for this mission. Since they're still under probation, why not test them with a field mission? Furthermore, this location of this mission, you can't deny its relevance to the WGA. A city from the Golden Age? A reconstruction of the city made using the picture data from the drones is projected onto the middle of the room. As Hassan and Wells briefly explain the situation, Alan stares at the bluish virtual projection with disbelief. To be precise, it is an unfinished city. Only its general design and planning was completed back in the Golden Age. It was far from finished for human occupancy. The outbreak of the punishing virus happened not long after the actual construction of this city started, resulting in its abandonment. After that, this area has always been one of the dead zones with a high concentration of punishing virus, until all of that had been reversed by the Hetero Tower. Not long ago, we captured a string of abnormal signals originating from the city. Our drones were able to capture what you just saw while we were trying to decrypt them. The definition of the image heightens with Hassan's explanation. Just judging from its appearance, this city is a magnificent piece of work that has a different style than the rest of the world. Newly furbished buildings and roads dot the land, accompanied by a complex yet perfected railway system. This is a huge upgrade to the conservation areas that humans currently use. Get that? More importantly, this city does not show any signs of damage from the punishing virus. It's as if the whole post-pandemic age and the Reconquista age were both just fever dreams. Its time had forever stopped during the glorious Golden Age. Looks like a brand new city built recently, but no human forces currently have the resources to do that. You're right. Without the protection of the CPF, it should have become ruins ages ago. In reality, that is what has become of the surrounding parts of the city. But the most central part of the city still maintains its perfect structure, as if someone was deliberately protecting it. Yet there is no human activity, but there are mechanoids wandering about. A relic from the Golden Age, a complete yet empty city. Those 2 points alone are enough to raise suspicion. President Hassan, General Wells, did Egret encounter a mechanoid with unique behavioral patterns on a mission before? Chica's question is like a key to Pandora's box. Hassan and Wells exchange a glance, their expressions immediately bleak. The remains of that mechanoid have already been retrieved by Babylonia. Its memory shell is currently being studied by the Science Council. According to Asimov, a lot of unusual codes have been found in its neural circuit. It is currently unknown if that is the cause for its odd behavior. But the situation of that orphanage does provide a lot to consider. Are you implying that this city has been maintained by an abnormal mechanoid like the orphanage Egret investigated? So they're referring to the Bambinata's event record chapter. So the mechanoid in question that they're talking about is Midoriya. Commandant Vanessa told me in-depth details of that mission. Although there's a large difference in the scale of things with the information we currently have, I think we shouldn't rule out this possibility. Nevertheless, we need a squad down there for recon. From what Chairman Allen has been saying, Iris Warbler is the best choice for this mission, as you have links to the WGA. That's right, retrieving relics from the Golden Age which were abandoned during the Great Evacuation has always been the WGA's responsibility. The city itself signifies the end of the Golden Age. It is the last crystallization of human civilization before the coming of the post-pandemic age. I think a lot of our members at the WGA who have witnessed firsthand the glorious Golden Age would be interested in it. That was part of our consideration when we first decided to form Iris Warbler. Since that's the case, why don't we examine the necessity of the existence of a squad like Iris Warbler through this mission, Wells? Considering the current situation of the task force, I do not object. And, as Chairman Alman has said, the city's relevance to the WGA is undeniable, so it makes sense for the investigation to be carried out by WGA members. Isla, what do you think as a member of the WGA and the captain of Iris Warbler? Isla stares at the three-dimensional projection in the center of the room and coordinates the coordinates displayed next to it. Her lips are pursed and a complicated glow takes over her pink eyes. Isla, did you notice something? Although they have not known each other for long, this is the first time Zika sees Isla, who is always smiling and bubbling with positivity despite such serious emotions. The city's coordinates, it's the same as where Selena's whale song signals we found a few days ago originated. A coincidence? Or... She closes her eyes, and with the hand on her chest she calms herself down and reverts back to her normal self. I don't think there's a problem, General Wells. And our commandant looks like she's eager to go on the mission. Isla winks at Sika. Although Sika is still confused by the fleeting expression that graced Isla's face, she replies with a determined gaze. Iris Warbler will take care of this mission. Isla, I wonder what happened. After the meeting, Sika walked with Trojan down the hallways. Isla had left them with a see you later and rushed back to the WGA. Maybe she noticed something and had to confirm it back at the WGA. Maybe we should gather more intel before the mission starts. You're the commandant, you get to decide what to do. Oh, isn't that Miss Top Student? Ah. Hearing the familiar voice, Sika's face turns white as a ghost as if she had swallowed a whole frog. Trembling a bit, she looks up to greet the person walking over. Vanessa? Yep. Good morning, Commandant Vanessa. Isn't it about time you stop with the Miss Top Student thing? What? Are you not satisfied with my praise, Miss Top Student? Man, Vanessa. The sass, as per usual. Vanessa chuckles as she emphasizes pronouncing the nickname. Or is it that you're keeping your distance from me now that your training period is over? I guess that is to be expected from our new chief. You must look down on a normal commandant like me who can only fawn around her experience. That's not the case at all. I respect you a lot, Commandant Vanessa. Vanessa? Yeah, great commandant. That's right. She's also my senior at FOS, although she was already graduating by the time I got into the academy. When I first came to the task force after graduating, I trained under her for a while. She's always taken good care of me and taught me a lot. She's a really good senior. Is that so? Vanessa frowns in disdain at Trojan's dubious gaze. No, I was just bullying her. I don't agree with that. Those were the times, pushing all the troublesome paperwork onto her, taking it out on her when I'm in a bad mood. It's hard to find such a perfect doormat nowadays. Right, do you remember when you first came over and were scolded by me for messing up the layout of the mission report? You were hiding in the lounge and secretly crying at night. Wait, there's no need to bring that up. What a complicated relationship. Agreed. Agreed, Trojan, agreed. Alright, enough of the nostalgia, Miss Top Student. I heard that your original squad was disbanded and then you were sent to the WGA. Well, it's more like the WGA is only providing the assistance and the squad still belongs to the task force. Whatever. It suits well for nobody like you, digging up pottery somewhere out where there are no enemies. I doubt you'd be of any use on the actual battlefield anyway. If I was your commanding officer, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Are all self-proclaimed elites impertinent like you? I'm just speaking the truth. Useless trash should stay where they belong. I'm not the one thinking that, but the general staff who disbanded your little squad. Listen up, I'm not just targeting you alone. I heard the efficiency of the new commandants this year has decreased by 30%, but I guess if someone like you was chief, then the FOS really isn't what it used to be. The Babylonia generation. Huh, I wouldn't be surprised if humanity ends in the hands of your generation. If I was an instructor at the FOS, I would have never let you unrealistic idealists graduate in the first place. Enough of this. I have more important things to do. Vanessa waves the files in her hand. Contains information about a lot of constructs. It seems like she is currently recruiting a new member for Egret. Goodbye, Miss Top Student. I've heard of her before, but actually meeting her in person, that was an experience. Trojan shrugs with a sigh after Vanessa leaves. It's alright, I'm used to it. Vanessa is like that to everyone. And she's right most of the time, so no one can refute it. At the end of the day, only actions can make someone change their mind. Well, it's good that you're all fired up now. Alright, let's get a move on. She cheers for herself quietly and leaves the conference room together with Trojan. Okay, next. Experiment on a bird in the air pump. Drawings reflect the part of us that we don't want to see. As if standing in front of infinite black backlit mirrors. Each mirror reflects a helpless and confused self. One knows that nothing can be grasped, but one still tries in vain. Like a moth chasing after a flame, never reaching the destination it intends to. The World Government, United Army, 3rd Artillery Regiment, Contra Company, including Captain LeBron, a total of 127 fearless warriors. Your sacrifice will be remembered, and we will carry on the road you paved for us until the day we claim back our homeland. May you rest in peace, humanity's children. Deafening salutes and gunshots fill the air. A string in her chest tightens with each gunshot. She got first again. Is she someone like Langston and Kane? Those two are both geniuses. Heroes who command the elite squads in battle. How can a nerd who only knows about exams be compared to them? Do you know why she's the chief? Because she's from the LeBron family. That famous military family from the Golden Age. The higher-ups want her in the HQ, that's why. Really? And the FOS allows this? But I heard she's not going to work in the HQ, but as a commandant. That's what my friend said. Her dad works in intelligence, so I bet it's true. But even as commandant, do you seriously think she's going to fight on the front line? string titans. With your results, the Academy thinks the working in Grey Raven in the General Staff directly under HQ is your best choice. Also, even though it's unconventional, the Control Courts and the higher ups of the Judicial Court have expressed an interest in you. But you seem determined to go through with your decision. If you insist, then the Academy will respect your decision. Titans. Lastly, the FOS Military College grants Sika LeBron the title of Chief. Young people, we hope that you will carry on the will of our heroes and become the cornerstones of our future. Titans. The front line has collapsed. Abandon the scouts and vanguard. Tighten the battle line. We can only prevail if we strengthen our defenses against the wave of this attack. Those people are as good as dead. Are you telling more people to go die? What's the point in remembering all those battle tactics? You really think the battlefield is just like your textbooks say? Titans. So, you're the new chief. I'll just call you Miss Top Student to not confuse you with others. Objectively speaking, it is not entirely your fault that the casualty numbers were higher than expected. Our first priority is to protect this land, and since they were more corrupted than expected, it makes sense to send out some unlucky souls to fill the gaps. But what was it with that pathetic attitude of yours? Was it necessary to look that miserable just because a few more constructs died? You can't even get your priorities straight. I don't understand how the HQ thinks you're fit to be commanded in the first place. I don't need someone who can't command their subordinates properly on the front line. Summarize today's battle report and then take your pathetic little squad to the benches. Go be friends with the medics or something. I don't care. Always tightening. And then, I thought all of us chiefs were outstanding, but it looks like they were exceptions. The General Staff is disbanding the squad. It's the end of the line. The tightening string snaps. Only wandering on this endless path. Only revolving around an unknown night. Since when? Mechanically and numbly marching forward, considering it as her responsibility. When she finally comes to her senses, she can hardly even remember the reason that led to her confusion in the first place. I think having a dream is a wonderful thing, no matter how hard to achieve or how childish to dream is. No matter the inevitable failures one will face on this path and the non-existent results that await one. Even then, I think these idiots who work hard toward these unrealistic goals shine the brightest of all. Sika! Still half asleep, are you? I think someone can sleep through all the noise when we're entering the atmosphere. Fragments of the conversation entered the ears of the slumbering soul, simulating her consciousness. Right after the ship shakes roughly together within a huge centrifugal force, waking her up immediately. What? Oh, you're awake, Sika. Huh? What? Wait, I fell asleep? When? Have we already reached our destination? Embarrassed by her little slip-up so early in the mission, Sika frantically looks around. If it weren't for the seatbelt restraining her to her seat, she would have fallen right off. Relax, there's still 1 hour till landing. We just encountered some of the Cumulus squad, so we have to climb up a bit. But we still haven't gotten to the troposphere yet. Did you pull an all-nighter last night? You could take this chance to catch up on some sleep. No, I did it to organize a mission information. If I rest now, then it would be pointless. And I know it's a bit late, but let's go over the mission details. Chika shakes her head to keep herself awake. She unbuckles her seatbelt and makes her way toward the tactical terminal, pulling up all sorts of information she has gathered in the past few days. Unknown City 001. It was named Constellia in the Golden Age, based on the word constellation. Chief designer was Michel Vasari. He was an important member of the WGA back in the Golden Age, and also a renowned architect. Constellia's construction was ceased due to the outbreak of the punishing virus. Michel himself had passed away due to illness a year before the outbreak. Constellia has now been rediscovered by Balonia, and it is estimated that 20% of the original design had been constructed. Even then, it's quite a sight. If our speculation is correct, then this city is being maintained by an abnormal mechanoid, and we'll have to be prepared for a fight. Although it's not the corrupted, we cannot underestimate the threat level of this mission. Then I can put this to good use. Ayla nods with some thought and proceeds to pull out a storage box from a hidden space under the tactical terminal. After entering the password, the box opens with a click and the subliminated dry ice dissipates. That's right, we can see electric knives against the corrupted, wide area electromagnetic stun grenade, tactical pistol for commandants, multi-purpose grenade launcher with special ammo, and all kinds of tactical equipment. How did you get your hands on these? Aren't these the latest trial weapons from the Science Council? I didn't think our squad's weapon quota could get us these. Let's just say I know someone from the WGA who has links to the weapons development department. People at the Science Council said that as long as we are willing to pay a slight trial fee, then they'll lend us these. After all, they do want data on these weapons in actual combat. The power of money. But why go through all the trouble? Well, this is our first mission as a team, so of course we should be more prepared. And I know you care about this mission very much, Sika. How can I not do my part as commandant when our commandant is working so hard? As captain, when our commandant is working so hard. There are lots of weapons for commandants here. Take your pick, Sika. Ayla gestures toward the weapons, just like the witch who led Hansel and Gretel into the candy house, telling them the candy was all theirs to eat. No, having lots of weapons doesn't mean it's better. I also have to consider the portability. Sika quickly shakes her hands, but her gaze is captured by something else in the box. Oh, I can hear you gulping from here. The new CI charge pistol, 7th generation as well. We're still using the 6th generation back at the FOS. Oh, there are more add-ons to choose from now. The safety's been moved here. Trojan helplessly glanced at Sika, whose attention is completely occupied by the new weapons in front of her. Trojan then shoots a suspicious gaze over at Ayla, who has just casually pulled out all of these weapons. I thought the WGA consisted of peace-loving, harmless artists, and from how your frame is constructed, it seems that someone there is very familiar with construct technology. People join the WGA because they like art, but apart from that, everyone has their own story. The WGA would also welcome you too if you ever discover your passion for art. Trojan chuckles at Ayla's invitation and starts to pick out a suitable weapon from the present box. This frame's exclusive weapon should be made by Vesalius. I can't imagine her just sharing her designs. Looks like even Chrono's R&D chief succumbed to our captain's charming personality. And this is a specialized arrowhead for compound mechanical blows. Is this prepared for our 4th member, whom we have yet to meet? Oh, you mean Lena? Squads in the task force usually consists of 4 members, and ours Warbler is no exception. Other than Island Trojan, Lena is the last temporary member of the team. I remember Chairman Allen mentioning that she used to be in Karibu. Yes, that was about a year ago. Due to Karibu's unique status, our member details are highly confidential. So this is all we know. After withdrawing from Karibu, she has been carrying out missions alone on the surface, rarely returning to Babylonia, and because HQ never updated her personal profile, even I don't know what she looks like. As she is already on the surface, due to other reasons, she has requested to meet us at the destination of this mission, Constelia, instead. A former Karibu member, HQ really wasn't getting around when they formed the squad. Don't think I don't know your credentials don't pale in comparison to theirs, Trojan. You've been serving Babylonia since the Acadia evacuation, if I recall correctly. If we're only talking about service time, then it's similar to the current captain of the Purifying Force. But she was still fighting on the front lines not too long ago. She's way stronger than me. Due to the sequel of mind damage from previous missions, I am no longer suitable to fight on the front lines. What kind of mission can lead to such serious injuries? Your resume also didn't state which squad you served. I don't know. I can't even remember that. As for squads, just as Karibu, you can't find anything, and it's best you don't know. Just like how there's always 1 or 2 members with the mysterious past on teams who save everyone at crucial moments with mysterious powers no one knows about. Where did you learn that weird knowledge? Every time like that ever comes, run. Don't count on me being able to save us all. Are you not one of those hot-headed characters who would lunge at the final boss when it appears too early in the prologue while yelling, "Looks like I have to do everything here," at the expiring heroes and helping them get away? No. Or are you one of those who looks like experienced seniors on the side of justice but are actually a double agent who works for the final boss and has planned to fake their death in an important battle where they could later assume a false identity and go against the protagonist? I have to say, you're quite imaginative, and neither of these scenarios sounds like a good ending for me. This sounds more dramatic if our story is a novel or movie. Dramatic plots and complex character relationships have always been what captivates readers and the audience. If you say so. Anyway, we should focus on the mission first. Not being able to follow Isla's train of thoughts, Trojan decides to direct the conversation back to the mission. We're almost above our destination. At Trojan's reminder, the three of them walk over to the window and look out. Bursting out of the clouds, the transport craft steadily descends into the troposphere. The three start to catch glimpses of Constellia through the window. The last man-made city of the Golden Age. Hints of nervousness can be heard from Sika's voice. This is her first mission after her original squad was disbanded. She does not want this mission to be a failure either. Don't worry. Captivated by a soft whisper by her ear, she turns to look at Isla, who is quietly staring out the window. Those words of comfort were so soft as if they were never spoken at all. Placing her hand on the window, Isla stares at the mirage of a city, like a seasoned adventurer who finally found the new world. A question pops up in Sika's mind. What is the cause of this expression on her face? This is swept away by the engines roaring as they land. Alright, I wonder what awaits us. Okay, on foot we go. The Boulevard Montmartre at tonight. The Boulevard Montmartre at night, or rather. You wanna do a more Francois interpretation of it? Adventurers are marching into the new world. And this is a long ass chapter. 12 p.m. We'll do this node and then probably call the night there, because 51, that's 8 plus another 3, 8, 24, 3, it's almost 10? Over 10, it's like 15, I think. That's 3, so 17 nodes, yeah. On top of all this, plus these lore nodes as well. So we'll stop after this cutscene node. Then we'll continue the rest tomorrow. First, let's finish this. Even when they step foot on the ground, the sight in front of them still seems unreal. What surrounds the city is a bunch of ruins, just as Intel from Babylonia had stated. Originally, Constellia was supposed to stretch on for tens of thousands of square kilometers, a scale as large as Kowloon. The numbered cities from the post-pandemic ages are like children's sandcastles in comparison. But the unattained glory of the past is merely an unachievable fantasy to current humans. Constellia, a shooting star that graced humanity at the end of the Golden Age, has long disappeared from the pages of history with the outbreak of the punishing virus. But now, though it may be small, a miracle has happened without people noticing. As if time reversal magic had been cast on the city, the further into the ruins they go, the more orderly their surroundings become. Until the point they reach an invisible line that separates the areas. As they cross the line, all the weeds and trash on the ground are replaced by neatly planted roads. Crumbled buildings with battered walls are now brand new skyscrapers. It's as if this city is alive and hidden in the wilderness. Yet the most surprising part is not how out of place the city is, the strange tower standing at the center of all this contradiction. A windmill? The huge blades of the tower spin slowly like a vortex, attracting the eyes of the visitors. Although we've seen the vague outlines of it in the images, this is more than I imagined. If one is to judge purely based on visual impact, then the Hedro Tower, made of punishing virus, would have won. Yet the windmill in the distance exudes solemnity and beauty. I know that guy says that the favorite exaggerated landmarks, but a windmill is a first for me. When we talk about windmills, are you thinking about Don Quixote, right? Fantasizing to be a famous knight, Don Quixote mistook a windmill to be a giant and charged at it with his spear, only to crash into a wall again and again. Doesn't seem positive, just from the synopsis. How was their intention to make the most eye-catching building in the city like that? That I don't know. You're not even going to explain it, to try to explain it. There are 1,000 hamlets, if there are 1,000 readers. My interpretation may not be what the designer had intended. And we just got here. There's a limit to the information we can gather just by looking at the tower. This kind of tall buildings are usually used as electromagnetic wave towers. According to Babylonia, the only reason why we're not able to detect the city earlier is because the tower is sending out deceiving signals. That windmill may be some sort of huge electromagnetic EM interference device. It may also function as a CPF. The concentration is here. If the windmill is the center of the city, then we should be able to find the answers there. You're technically right, but it's not so simple. Turning toward the direction of the voice, I see a contract with short lilac hair walking over. Are you members of Iris Warbler? You're half an hour late. Does none of you own a working watch? You're Helena? Hyla, Sika, and Trojan. She does not answer Alice's question, instead she quickly inspects the members of the squad. I already knew about you and Iris Warbler, so we can skip the introductions. I will be joining this mission as a reserve member. Pleasure to be working with you. She gives an expressionless nod, not showing a bit of pleasure on her face. Welcome to the squad. Anna smiles as usual and reaches out her hand. Facing the palm awaiting her, Elena purses her lips and briefly shakes Isla's hand before quickly withdrawing her hand. Enough with the introductions. Let's get to the main event. Let me share with you some intel I gathered on the city. You already started exploring? Yes, I'm a construct built for recon work, and I have been here for a few days already, so I took the opportunity to investigate the city a bit. After comparing my intel with Babylonia's, let me answer some queries you may have first. Start off with how the city came to be. As the general staff has suspected, the city is indeed currently maintained by mechanoids, and according to my observations, their error levels have exceeded their original threshold. Then it really is like the orphanage. Not quite. In most areas, the mechanoids are not aggressive toward outsiders. Their behavioral pattern is a bit unique. At least to me, it's a bit incomprehensible. But based on my observation, there is nothing of interest in the outer parts. It may look glamorous, yet there is nothing but empty shells inside. It may sound confusing if you can't see it, so let's do as Alice suggested and head toward the center first. I'll lead the way. Under Lena's lead, Iris Warbler sets off for the windmill by walking along the main road. Alice suggests a short break as they reach a plaza near the windmill. They are almost at the core of Constellia, and they have yet to encounter a single mechanoid up until this point. But the spinning windmill and the flashing building lights and the irregularly changing signal lights all signify that this city is currently operating due to some unknown existence. Something just feels off. As the only one out of the four who have actually lived in the Golden Age, Trojan sighs at the clean streets and endless lines of buildings. Different from Babylonia, which is heaven for only a chosen few, Earth used to be covered in bustling cities that could house millions of people. Did people of the Golden Age live in places like this? Not all of them, but at least when I was born, more than 90% of human settlements have been highly urbanized. Although, not all cities were as grand as this one. They were definitely better than our conservation areas nowadays, with no problem supporting the daily lives of its citizens. Most of the production process was carried out by machines. Humans were free to live their dreams. The Renaissance, Age of Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, the flower of civilization was able to bloom thanks to hundreds of years of history. And that is the Golden Age. What we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Yet, the outbreak of the punishing virus was able to destroy all of that within decades. How ironic. Sadly, that is also true. Humans nowadays can only try to comprehend the knowledge of the Golden Age through images and books. Even the professionals at the WGA, there is always a barrier when we try to understand the thoughts and concepts back then. Even when humans win against the punishing virus and rebuild their civilization, there will never be another Golden Age. However, ever since the Hadar Tower was reversed, it is rumored that Babylonia has been planning the reconstruction of the surface. The discovery of Constellia at this point in time is too much of a coincidence. This area has always been a dead zone. How are mechanoids able to rebuild the city without being infected? Let's put that question aside for a moment. If mechanoids only wanted to secure their living space, there's no need to preserve this area to perfection like this. Trying their best to preserve these ruins from the past is not because of nostalgia. Well, is it not because of nostalgia? Isn't the goal of our mission to find that out? Lena removes herself from the others, staring blankly into the distance. By the way, why did you join this squad? With your qualifications, you could have joined any squad you fancied. Are you secretly an art lover? That's my choice, it doesn't concern you. Aw, you're not even gonna satiate my curiosity for a bit. You're the one talking, Trojan. I hate people who pretend to be mysterious. Since we're teammates, I thought I'd be able to know more about the task force from you guys. My frame data and non-confidential qualifications are all listed on the squad list. The other parts do not concern you. They're irrelevant to the mission. I wish to decrease the frequency of small talk. We're a squad, not a tourist group. So cold. As Isla and the others were chatting away, Sika has been trying to re-establish contact with HQ from her personal terminal. No use, it just won't connect. It's not going to work, I've already tried it. The city is using some unique interference that blocks all electromagnetic signals from outside. All normal long-distance comms devices are useless here. But our short-distance comms within the squad should not be affected. We can also locate each other through mind connection. Right about the abnormal mechanoid in this city, I have a few pictures. Should be clearer than the ones Babylonia has. Let me send them to you. Oh, I guess there's no need. Lena looks to the corner of the street. Create. I have to finish creating before Matisse. My work is 100 times better than his. The mechanoid passes through the streets without noticing the four of them in the plaza. Is that the abnormal mechanoid mentioned in the report? Since he's here, why don't we follow him? It's a part of our investigations. You're right, we should record his behavioral patterns. The mechanoid finally stops in front of a city wall. The wall is already covered in all kinds of colors and shapes. He activates a spray paint module connected to his arm and splatters new colors on these rainbow walls. As long as I can cover this wall with my colors, then Area B2 will belong to us, the fantastical mechanical impressionists. Those damned surrealist mechanical fauvists, thinking they could surpass me in understanding of colors by using new palette modules. What a joke! I, the great Basile, will not permit that. A bit of color here, and then at this part, the fantastical mechanical impressionists will reclaim the city, while you cowards are too scared to come out. Ha 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 ha! And that sounds so evil. Is that really something a mechanoid can generate? In the corner, the members of Iris Orbiter are observing this mechanoid who calls himself Basile. And is he painting? Wondrous, isn't it? A lot of mechanoids here do that. Did you notice those incomprehensible ads and graffiti when we were walking along the streets? Those are all their masterpieces. These mechanoids seem to possess a deep obsession with art. They even have different factions who occupy different areas of the city. Mechanoids obsessed with art? Would it be similar to Nozzle, whom Grey Raven found before? I remember Nozzle was kept by the WGA for research after Grey Raven retrieved him. Do you know anything, Isla? Isla? Just as Sika turns to ask Isla for opinions, Isla's already stepped out of their hiding place and carried contract storms toward the dueling Bazil, her eyes filled with rage that could not melt even steel. Ugh, I can't stand this anymore. Isla raises her fist and shouts toward the mechanoid. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? What? Startled by Isla's sudden outburst, Bazil frantically tries to scurry away without a specific direction in mind, ends up crashing into a wall with a bang and falling over as he loses balance. The whole scene is quite comedic. This wall was originally covered with someone else's art, was it not? How could you ruin others' work without permission? I don't know what kind of ideals war you have going on, or if it's a personal grudge. But if you can't play the minimal respect toward other creators, then don't expect others to respect your work. I'm sorry, don't take me away, I don't want to be disassembled. Eh? Dana's dumbfounded by Isla's actions. Is that what they call the rage of artists? This is the first time I've seen Isla so angry. Either way, let's go. What should I do? Cervantes was right. Cicely and Monet are both gone, and now me. You really gave him quite a fright, Isla. Huh? Eh? Was I too aggressive? After Isla calms down, she looks at the trembling Bazil. Realizing that she went a bit overboard, she scratches her head apologetically. But if we don't properly educate him on his behavior, he won't notice his mistake. Arts this somebody. I haven't revived fantastical mechanical impressionism. Yet my end is here. Don't worry about it. So different from how he was before, but isn't he overreacting a bit? I didn't say anything that scary. We're not going to do anything to you. Really? Are you not constructs from Babylonia? The ones who want to bring us back and dissect us for research? We are from Babylonia, but we wouldn't do anything like that without reason. No, since he's a normal mechanoid of the city, isn't it our responsibility to send the sample back to the Science Council? Trojan, stop teasing him like that, at least for now. We just want to find out more about the city. But he did mention other mechanoids being abducted. I think that's not a lie. These mechanoids are trying to avoid being captured by someone, then what we saw before makes sense. Are there other teams here carrying out missions other than us? If that's the case, HQ would have notified us. And the mechanoid he referred to as Cervantes, he seemed to know that Babylonia was going to send someone over. Well, to be fair, we were invited over. You're Bazil, right? Who is this Cervantes you speak of, and what is it about Babylonia abducting mechanoids? If you answer our questions truthfully, we'll let you go. Alan kneels down and smiles at Bazil. Or Bazil. Cervantes is a spiritual leader. We followed him here and rebuilt the abandoned city to how it is now. Us mechanoids who want to learn more about the arts left behind by the sage have turned the city into our base. We want to recreate the emotions that the sage had inspired in us. But Cervantes never joins us. He's always in his museums and the tower left behind from the Golden Age. 2 months ago, he suddenly announced that the people from Babylonia would be coming to the city and told us to hide, even went as far as to ask us to leave the city. But the streets are our battlefield. If we don't occupy it, we'll be occupied by those surrealist mechanical favis and multidimensional mechanical cubists. Us fantastical mechanical impressionists are the originals and most traditional. We cannot lose to those who came after. So Cicely and Monet didn't heed Cervantes' warnings, and they were never seen again after coming out to the streets. Cervantes looks like he's the mechanoid we're looking for. But 2 months ago, Babylonia still hadn't found out about the existence of Constellia yet 2 months ago. Looks like the situation is more complicated than we think. What descendants have pretended to be constructs from Babylonia with the effect of the Hetero Tower? They would look like normal constructs if they suppressed the vanishing virus within them. We can't rule out that possibility. 2 months ago, someone from Babylonia. Whale song signal. Selena? No, he wouldn't do something like this. I'm sure he wouldn't. Lena, have you been to the museums Bazil mentioned? No, I have only investigated the perimeters, but the museums around the windmill. But the museums around surround the windmill. So if we want to get to the windmill, we would pass the museums. Looks like we got a clear objective en route now. Let's go. Four of them replan their route just as they are about to leave. Isla stops. She turns to look at the wall covered in graffiti of curious shapes and symbols. Mazia has already stood up, but when his gaze meets Isla's, he starts to tremble again. Isla just smiles at him. Art, created by mechanoids, huh? I would love to understand it more in depth, if possible. About the differences in the factions you mentioned and why they fight with one another. And the art of the sage you worship so much. Please, tell us more about you guys if we do meet again. But before that, remember to properly apologize to the artist of this painting, got it? Of course! Well then, goodbye. Oh right, since the situation doesn't look that good, you should get back to somewhere safe. We'll keep an eye out for your missing friends. And once this is all over, you can have a proper showdown against the other factions. If you're going to win, might as well do it with style. Ala signs Pizzy a V sign with her fingers, signaling victory and peace before rejoining her teammates. Pizzy stares after Isla, lost in thought until she disappears on the horizon. For some reason, he is reminded of a wanderer they had met not long ago. Art by Mechanoids. I'm really interested in your creations. Can you tell me more about you guys? And as promised, we will stop right there because this chapter is long as fuck. So, thanks for everyone that came in, and I hope y'all have a good one. Because I am tired and I need to get some sleep.
あなたに鎖をつけて
Bye bye.
逃げないようにしないと。